Whoa, it says I'm live. Nice, okay. Let's go ahead and close that out. See if it's, where's the fucking chat at? Is that it? Cool, cool. Okay, I see chat there now. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to invite people. No, I don't want to do that. Wait. No, that's not what I want to do. Settings. Hey, so I'm just trying to figure this shit out real quick here for you guys. If you guys have any questions about growing marijuana, feel free to ask them. I think I can see the text chat. Looks like that's good there. I'm gonna go back to the YouTube now. Hangouts. Let's see if I can get this shit to work. I think it's already working. I might be double doing this. All right. You are already in a video call. Oh, take me there. Okay, cool. Let me try this real quick. For some reason, I tried this on my art channel and I wasn't able to actually see anything. Right now, I just got my screen capture going on here. And anyway, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. I think that it will. I'm trying to see here if try to ask me a question in here. See here, I'm just trying to figure out something here real fast. How come I can't see it? Let's see. What is this? That's a happy face. Okay. Choose links. No. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure this shit out. It's weird because when I viewed the other one from my art channel, I was able to actually see people. Let me check something here. If I click on this here. Okay, 29 watching now. Where's the, is this the chat right here? Can someone say something in the live chat? I'm just trying to find, I'm gonna type hey. I'm just trying to find if I can see anybody because watching 0. No active stream. That's weird. Okay. Must be doing something wrong here. Come on, work. What the hell? All right. That's stupid. Okay. The fuck? 31 viewers. I don't see no one texting anything. I'm trying to figure out. I'm gonna have to go back to events. Live control room. Maybe that's it. They should make this shit easier. Okay, so I see some stuff here. Broadcast alert, none. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool, cool. Now I'm gonna click on public view here. No, that doesn't do nothing. Where in the hell do I see people? View on watch page. Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I figured this shit out. I think I see you guys now. And they make this shit fucking hard to figure out. Okay, I'm gonna pause that so I don't hear myself like in delay. All right, so I see people now. I'm gonna finish real quickly here. Let's go and do a quick sketch here of a pot leaf. Now I'm gonna go ahead and read your guys' comments and answer some questions and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This is like super fast, so you know, don't judge and shit. I can feel you guys judging. I can feel you guys judging this shit. This is quick. Believe me, I can draw way better than this. That's what I do for a living. That's how I make my money. Does that look like a pot leaf? That kind of looks like a pot leaf. Good morning. So I'm just kind of testing this out. I figured, hey, while I'm testing this out, can you guys all hear me? Can I get well, in Pal Talk we say, can I get a 1 if you can hear me? And then people be like 1, they type 1, just the number 1. Hey, dude, Steve T, awesome, dude. I'm glad you're loving the PS5 500. Honestly, I think that the Door Star is the better light, but cool, got a 1, awesome. So this looks like there's a little bit of delay. That's all right though. What's up, man? How you doing, JB? Okay, I know you can hear me, but you guys can see this, right? Can you get, like, if I draw an eyeball real quick, can you guys see this? Bam, eyeball. That's fast. This is fast eyeball. This is like super fast sketch. This isn't, trying to be fancy. Bam. Can you guys see that? You guys can't see the eyeball? I know I don't have my camera hooked up yet. This is just a test. I'm just trying to test out the live thing. Only see my logo. Shit. Hold on, let me try something. Hold on a second. All right, hold on. Let me see. What if I hit play? No, all I do is hear myself when I hit play. That's dumb. I'm gonna pause that. And that's weird. That's all you gotta see is the leaf. That's just the logo. Okay. That's weird because on my other thing, let me see, where is it at? What if I click this? I'm just trying something real quick here. See if I can fix this. Media, no, output, show recordings. I'm just trying to see something here in this other software here. Hopefully it's, I had it going before where people could see me drawing in my art channel, but for some reason I can't. I don't know. I must be doing something wrong here. Okay, hold on. What the hell? Where's it at? It's got to be on here somewhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. Damn shit. Make it all fucking complicated. Output settings. Let's try that. Show recordings. No. Damn it. I had this shit all figured out. Okay, wait a minute. Here we go. So destination YouTube. Got that. Okay, got that part. Okay, YouTube. Huh, that's weird. That's not letting me change. Fuck. Oh well. Let me try one more thing. Let me go back to this other screen real quick. Oh, I see. Okay, what about this? Let me try this real quick. Present to everyone. All right, is that working? Let me go back to the screen. All right, what about now? Is that working now? Let me see. Like, if I type, let me write "hey" real quick. Happy face. Oh, cool, it's working. Okay, so I figured some shit out. Nice. All right, let me go ahead and scroll back here real quick on the what you guys been talking about real fast. See if I have anything I can add. So the Perfect Stone 1000 should be ready in a few days. I'm only doing a few because I'm about to go on vacation, so I'm not sure if my landlords are cool with me storing a bunch of lights here. So I don't want to have to put them all in it. Basically, I'm putting my whole grow in the U-Haul. Then I'm driving it down the street, and I'm gonna come back when they're gone. I'm gonna put everything back in the garage, and then I'm gonna go on vacation. All right, so let's see here. I'm just scrolling down, catching up. Man, I got all kinds of recommended strains. Some good shit out there. Is there any way I can show my plant? Yeah, you can show your plant. You can, I don't know how to do it on here, but you can always email me on my site. Yeah. If you do it, Monster Green Thumb, if you do it at 5.8, if you're in coco, then yeah, and just keep feeding every day 5.8, and it'll work itself out. I never even check my runoff anymore unless I'm having like super bad issues. Most of the time, the issue though is the pH pin sucks. Sorry, I'm just catching up to everyone. Just give me a second here. Scrolling down. I can draw, like if I need to draw anything, then I can draw something to explain shit. Okay, scrolling down. Okay, cool. All right, I'm caught back up again. I got Daryl saying I love my perfect sun 1000. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. You know, it's only got like a 1.7% fail ratio, like if a driver goes out or something like that, and that's pretty good for electronics. That's actually it's really good. You know, you can do Trippy Hippie John for strains that grow good outdoors. If you go to like herbieseeds.com or go to GYO, I think it's GYO Seeds, and go to the website, they have all those options there. So you can actually click on just strains that grow outdoors in the cold, wherever your climate is. There's all these options you can click and narrow down your searches to strains that'll grow best in your environment. If you want to, for growing outdoors, it's really cool. Cold in the attic, best heating system. That's a good question. Obviously, a heat pump would be the best heating system, period. But in the attic, that's going to be kind of wasted because it's not, the attic's so open. In that case, in the attic, what I would do is I would try to close up your attic with foam, that spray foam shit, and just close up all the gaps in your attic with spray foam. Try to make it as airtight as possible. Just use a standard heater, and that should work. Or just put Pantaplastic and build like a little room, a Pantaplastic inside your attic. That shit's like airtight. So you duct tape that shit up good with some Gorilla duct tape, and then you just use a small heater. It'll heat it up really good. I never grow anything by Sensible Seeds, so I can't answer that, JB. I'm not sure. I haven't grown their seeds yet. I usually stick to like seed companies that I know and like, but now I'm starting to expand out and try new stuff. Now that I know my shit, I can pretty much grow anything. So I'm expanding out, trying different things. Trying a bunch of people kept recommending me, hey dude, try Mephisto Genetics. So I was like, all right. So finally I'm gonna try Mephisto Genetics. So when I get back from vacation, my next thing I'm gonna do is a bunch of Mephisto Genetics. I mean, I got a whole bunch of their strains. I'm just trying like everything by them, just to see what I like and dislike. And what I like about the look of Mephisto Genetics, I also talked to the guys and asked them a bunch of questions about their strains. What I like is they make everything public. They talk about everything they do, how they do it, how they come up with their strains. And every single one of their strains looks frosty as hell and looks really stable. I watch a lot of grows. No one has any complaints about them. I like Fast Buds, like especially the Gorilla Glue. Fast Buds Gorilla Glue is awesome. The Grapefruit Amatic is awesome. The problem is though, is so far I've had their strains are unstable. So that's what I don't like about the Fast Buds. But man, it's just awesome stuff. I hope they make their shit more stable. But at the same time with Mephisto Genetics, they're supposed to be already stable. So now I haven't looked into Ocean growing their Chris Vaughn. Yeah, I always grow autos under 18.6. I mean, I've tried different things. I've tried them under 12.12. I've tried them under 18.6 and then switched to 12.12. Tried them under 24/7. Tried them under 20 hours and then 4 off. 18.6 works the best for me. One time I was growing some regulars and autos at the same time. And so what my plan was just to grow the autos while I was vegging the regulars. and then once the autos are finished, to switch over to 1212 and let the regulars go. Well, the regulars just got so big, I had to switch to 1212. I have no choice, but the autos weren't done yet. When I flipped to 1212, about 3 of the autos went into re-vegging. I thought that was weird. You know, they went from 18.6, and then then the autos went to 1212, and for some reason that caused them to re-veg. Not all of them, just like 3 of them. I mean, full on re-veg, as if, you know, like when a regular, you have it under, you know, 1212 and it's flowering, and then you put it back under 18.6. This was the opposite. It tripped me out. That was kind of trippy. That's in the one of the grows, one of the older grows when I was using the Gavitas. Yeah, I hear you. You know, with autos, because autos are kind of hit and miss, but there are some good autos out there, and with anything, you know, even with the regular strain, Indo Grower 311, is that the strain, if you try to get a bigger yielding strain, it's not going to be as strong. Usually that's the case. So if you go with something like Critical times Big Bud, or Northern Lights, or White Bud times Big Bud, anything times Big Bud is going to be weaker. It's going to be huge fat bugs, you know, huge fat buds, nice big yields, but the you know, they're not going to be as resinous and powerful. They're not going to test as powerful. They're not going to be as stony. They're not going to be as dense. Usually is the case. So it's kind of a balance there you got to find. And right now I'm going for more of, I want the best hitting hardest shit. I don't care if it's lower yielding. I don't care if it only yields 3 ounces of plant. That's kind of the minimum though. I kind of don't want less than 3 ounces of plant, but I don't mind if it doesn't yield very big and the plants don't get very big, because I can grow a whole bunch of them under the light. My goal with the Goliath here, my next grow when I get back, is to do over 3 pounds. And I'm gonna do that with a sea of green, with all regulars, and I'm gonna do an auto perpetual grow auto with one Goliath and one New Perfect Sun cob. Yeah, flavor and potency are really important too. Gorillas, definitely. That's what I love about that Gorilla Glue, you know, by Fast Buds. That Auto Gorilla Glue by Fast Buds, it's really good. I mean, it's super stony, tons of flavor. It's great. Like everyone that's tried it, they didn't even know it was an auto. They didn't even guess it was an auto. It also has a long lasting high. It lasts a long time. So as far as they were concerned, it was a photo period. They had no idea. But you know, Fast Buzz is a little inconsistent. And I've heard the same thing about the what are those seeds? The Mephisto Genetics. That's why I bought a whole bunch of them. I literally bought like $500 worth of Mephisto Genetic seeds. So they better be good. I'll be pissed off if they suck ass and they're not stable. But every grow I've seen on 420 magazine so far with Mephisto Genetics, everyone that's recommended it to me said it's totally stable, and they haven't grown anything that was unstable like Fast Buds. Yeah, soil grow, the cob light's coming out. I don't know if you saw my latest video where I introduced the new Perfect Sun cob light. It's badass. It's not as good as the Goliath, but it's almost as good. It uses about, you know, 89 watts more than the Goliath, but it covers the same area with really good high power, even out to the edges. So I show all that live. Well, not live, but you know what I mean. I show it all in the video where I'm actually doing the boring ass readings of the light. I'm super impressed with it actually. Cree cobs, I'm very impressed with. For white at least, you have to mix other 5-watt bridge lux in there to get the full spectrum. Otherwise, you're gonna be missing out on the deep blues and deep reds and UVs and infrared. I'm trying to catch up here. Hold on a second. Let me look at the text here. Kind of, come on, damn. Okay, there we go. I got 2 screens here, so I'm trying to go between both of them. Here we go. Do you feed it? This is Monster Green Thumb to your question. Do I feed every time I water? Yeah, every time I water, I feed. So I can't say every. Well, it depends. Like if I'm in Rockwool, well, basically this is what I do now. This is something that I've been doing with the Reservoir. So whenever I'm doing Reservoir, I feed every single time. Obviously the drip system. So if I water by hand, I feed every single day, and it's always with food in the water. When I drip feed system, I obviously have to fill back up the reservoir with water. When I'm filling the reservoir back up with RO water, it takes about, anywhere from 12 hours to like 19 hours to fill it back up again. Sometimes it takes, usually right about there with the one I got. And so while it's filling back up, I can't, put food in it, right? Because I have to let it fill up all the way first. So while it's filling up, I still let it feed my plants. So while it's filling up, it's feeding them just RO water with just a little bit of, I leave about 10 gallons of the water that used to be in there that has the nutrients in it. So as it's filling back up, it's slowly diluting that water from 10 gallons all the way up to 50 gallons. And so during that time, they're getting fed pretty much just RO water. And then once it's filled back up again, and I wake up the next day, I go in there and I put the nutrients back in it. So they get about 4 or 5, maybe 6 waterings of just pretty much almost RO water before I put nutrients back in it again. But I only do that because that's the easiest way to do it. I'm too lazy to do it any other way. Let's see here, GrowPotCheaply. Have you ever tried using perlite only? Yeah, of course. I've done quite a few grows with just perlite only. Matter of fact, I have at least one on the website of pure perlite. Pretty positive. Yeah, actually maybe 2, at least 2 on the website. Not the website, my YouTube channel. One was in the massive auto grow. I had 2 plants that were, one of them was the Northern Lights in the far right corner. That was pure perlite on a drip feed. And the other one I think was the Dark Devil. And that Dark Devil yielded over 4 ounces, which is good for Dark Devil because Dark Devil is a really, really small yielding plant. So I was pretty impressed with that. Then I've also done hempy buckets. Some of them are on the channel because, obviously I've been growing a lot longer than I had the channel for. But yeah, the hempy buckets are great. Just take some buckets and drill holes in the bottom. I like to drill 2 holes personally. Hey, what's up, Nick? I like to drill 2 holes in the bottom of a bucket about 2 inches above the bottom to keep it as a reservoir. And all you do is you just put pure perlite in there, and then you water every day to run off. So you want to make sure basically you're trying to displace the water in the bottom. That's like your little reservoir, almost like deep water culture. You're trying to displace that water with new water so that you have oxygen every day. And that works really good. I've gotten some big yields doing that. Hey man, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. I'm gonna fuck your name all up. Hanny Elk Omi. Hanny Elkomi. I don't know if I have no idea if that's how your name is said, but I fucked it all up. 2 grows now, but always face extreme calcium deficiency until I start feeding them. 1800, really? Damn, that's high. Okay, so different nutrients is probably why. I bet you if you would just put a little bit more CalMag in there by Botanicare, it would fix the issue. You wouldn't have to go up to 1800. You can probably stay at 900 to 1000, maybe 1200 EC if you bump your CalMag up to like 2 to 3 milliliters per gallon. And then maybe even put some Epsom salts in there. Some nutrients lack in the Epsom salts, which is basically a magnesium sulfite, so magnesium and sulfur, and then also lags in calcium. So if the CalMag doesn't do it, add some Epsom salts in there as well. About a teaspoon per gallon. Do both, Irish. I found what works really good is half cocoa and half perlite in a drip system. I do pure cocoa in drip systems, as you see me do as well. I love that too. Usually, what I like the best though when it comes to drip system is about 30% perlite and then the rest 70% cocoa. And another thing that worked really good. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but you know that that 3-pound plant I got, well, 2.9 pounds, whatever, 2.93, whatever it was, almost 3 pounds off that one auto flower from Royal Queen Seeds, the auto critical. that plant was actually 3 equal parts of coco, perlite, and Rockwell cubes, the tiny little crouton cubes. I don't think that's why it got so big, but that's what it was grown in. And then it was grown with Kogos. Lately, though, I've been using Psychotech nutrients, and I love that shit. Shit's awesome. What I like about the Psychotech nutrients is the plants absorb it so easily because it's mostly chelated, or it's very chelated, I should say, and it's mostly amino acids. So there's a lot less salts, about 30 to 40% less salts than your average nutrient line. And I didn't believe it at first until I tried it. And then usually I, like with Flora Nova and Kogos, I do, especially during like mid-flower on, from like the 4 to 5 weeks into flower and onward, I'm watering with about 1.0 ADC, so about 1,000 or so ppm, something like that. But once I switched to psychonutrients, it's so good at absorbing the nutrient. I had to actually drop my nutrient all the way down to, first it was like 1.4, and I'm like, that's still too much. Then I dropped it all the way down to 1.1. So now I go between 0.8 and 1.1 on the EC, which is insane. That's such a low amount, but it grows big fat buds, and the plants stay green. In fact, the plant stays so green, even at giving it varying between 1.1 and 0.8, depending on what stage of the plant is in. Even though that's such a low amount of nutrients, it seems like, the plants will stay so green that I have to flush for like 2 weeks just to start seeing the leaves get yellow. And that's watering that's actually watering like 6 times a day on a drip system. And I have to throw RO water in there for about 2 weeks, feeding 6 times a day before the plants will finally be flushed enough to where they'll start yellowing up on me, where the big leaves will start to yellow up. So yeah, I mean, if you've ever tried Psychotech nutrients, shit's the bomb. I don't know. I'm always for trying new stuff and testing new stuff. So I'm sure I'll always test new nutrients. But for my stable nutrient right now, for hand watering, I love the Flora Nova line. It's great. But Psychotech is great for hand watering as well. But I think I'm sold on Psychotech nutrients, unless I see some weirdness, whatever. And also I'm getting super dense nugs from it too. So I like it a lot. I also use, instead of their, Psychotech makes 2 PK boosters. One's called, I think it's called Potash, and the other one is called something else. And I use the Potash one. It has a higher potassium. So it's basically, it's like almost 0 N. I think it is 0 N actually, but it has a higher K than P. So higher potassium than phosphorus. And I like that balance for a PK booster. I think it works better. And yeah, it's super, just like some of my nugs are so dense, like the Gorilla Glue and the Grapefruit Matic by Fast Buds are so freaking dense. The Photoperiod Laughing Buddha came out so dense. It's just awesome shit. Yeah, potassium. And basically, I think the ratios on it, they just call it potash. That's just what Psychotech Nutrients calls it, because it has more potassium than it does phosphorus. But I think the ratio is something like, I have to look at the bottle again, but I just remember it's higher. Because most PK boosters are higher in my God, my brain is not working. Been drinking and shit and smoking weed. My CBD weed. Most of them are higher in phosphorus and lower in potassium, but I like it the other way around. I think it works better. I should probably go get my pipe. I'm not sure, Nick, UK. See, the thing is, I don't have a distributor yet in the UK. And so what I have to do to try to make it cheaper for shipping, if I try to ship from America, it's really expensive. And so what I have to do is I have a warehouse in China. And so then I have to store a bunch of lights in the warehouse in China just for UK orders. But I have to get enough UK orders to justify that. Otherwise, I'm paying rent and stuff there to just store them, and they're not getting sold. So I'm trying to find a UK person that wants to go into business with me, and I get I get a pretty steady amount of orders to the UK, and those are all orders that they'd make profit off of. And I think when I've explained it before in the past, people didn't really get what I was saying. And what I'm saying is that whatever orders come on my site for UK orders, I won't ship those. Whoever does business with me in the United Kingdom, and they can store them in their house like I do. I don't even store them in a warehouse right now at my house here in America. I just store them in my house. So you can store them in a house, you can store them in a storage unit, however you want to store them. And then once I get an order, I would send you an email and say, hey, here's the order, and then you would ship it out to them, and then I would pay you your profit that you got off that order. Like you would basically buy the lights at a lower end. Actually, never, I don't have to pay you because you're buying the lights at cost, or just a little bit above cost. I have to make something a little bit above cost, and then you're selling them over there in the UK for a reasonable price. And so you're making the money and then shipping them. And then when I get an order and someone pays me for the order, I pay you the difference in what you normally would make off the light. So I'm like, if you would normally make $200 off the light, then I would send you the $200 off every sale on my site that you ship for me. And so whoever does this, you need about 10 grand to get started, and that's just getting started with like maybe one light. But it's a good start. Maybe even two lights if you do a small light and a big light, like a Dwarf Star or something, and then maybe the Perfect Sun Cob, something like that. If you start with those two lights, you can get started for about 10 grand and have enough stock to get going, and you'll make enough profit in no time to like start having your own stock without having to. You'll have enough re-up money, is what I call it. But yeah, I mean, it's such a good opportunity for anyone in the UK to make a lot of money. I thought about making a pure UV light, but I mean, there's so much UV in my light anyway. I'm not sure it would really do anything, honestly. I mean, I know the theories, and I've seen people, that like to add the UV lights, but my light has a lot of UV in it already. It also has a lot of infrared in it. And so right now I'm messing around with an infrared light. Well, it's not just infrared, it's deep red. It's actually all red. It's basically simulates the sunset. So it has everything from light red all the way to infrared, just like the sunset does. And I've been messing around with that, having that turn off for the last half, or having that turn on for the last half an hour, and then turn on for the first half an hour. And then my light is on in between there. So if let's say I'm doing autoflowers, let's say I'm doing regulars or photoperiods on 12/12 during flower, I would have my cob red light turn on to simulate the sun rising for 30 minutes. And then the regular light would be on for 11 hours. And then for the last 30 minutes, the sun lamp would come on again, or sunset lamp, which is basically, it's a cob that has a bunch of red in it, from, like I said, from light red all the way to infrared. And so far, I don't notice any difference. So yeah, Germany fucking sucks. I mean, sorry for Germans. Just their shipping policy is so strict. Irritates me. So what I try to do is I try to save people money overseas. So when I ship to somebody overseas, I put a different price on the invoice than what they paid. Well, the Germans are smart, so they know we do that. So they want to see evidence that what you paid matches the invoice. And I did find a workaround. This is kind of a pain in the butt. So what I have to do is I have to first charge the person in Germany $100 less than what they're actually paying for the light, and then charge them again separately that $100 as a separate charge, as if as if they paid $100 for the light, and then say it's a test light, or even $200 because $100 is too less. I did it once for Germany. It passed one time. The second time they're like, "There's no way that this thing costs $200 or $100." So I had to put $200. So I charged them the full price, but I charged them in two different payments, one for $200 and one for the remaining balance. And then that way they can print that bank statement out to the customs in Germany, and then that will match the invoice. I can send them an invoice that says they paid $200 for the test light, and then they can show the bank statement that they got that matches the $200, and then they can get the light. It's just a lot of work to go through just to get a light in Germany. It's like, damn it, why is Germany so freaking difficult? Now, I bet you if it was coming from United Kingdom, it'd be fine. And that's why I'm trying to find someone in the United Kingdom that will actually, help me out and be a business partner. So far, Ireland's been fine. They don't care, but they don't care that the customs is low. I put a low price on the customs, and so far it's passed through every time. And all throughout the United Kingdom, it passed through. Yeah, I thought about doing that, Chris Vaughn. The only problem is the reason when I first developed my lights, my idea was I didn't want a bunch of electronics. I didn't want a bunch of parts that can go bad. And the parts that can go bad the fastest is any sort of electronics that deals with timers inside of it and turning things off and on. That would fail faster than anything analog. So I try to keep my lights as analog as possible for that reason. But it would work. I could do it. I can add in the electronics and everything and the buttons so that you can program it to where you can have the infrared lights turn on for the first 30 minutes, or infrared and UV, whatever you want to do. Turn on just all red and infrared, experiment with different things. I can do all that, but if that fails, that's an expensive part to replace. So, and to make the price of light go way up as well. So that's why I was like, you know what? The sun grows the best weed. So why fuck with the sun? Why not just recreate the sun? And I don't know why no one's done it. Like, it makes no sense to me. LED lights have been around for years and years, and no one's done it yet. There's over 7 billion people on the planet, and it's just weird that I'm the sun, like literally recreate the sun. I know Kind's tried to do it. They tried to recreate the sun, but they didn't, because they try to put every different color diode in there. They have green diodes and yellow diodes and orange diodes. So they try to get all those, spectrums, all those nanometers that are in the sun. But because they put so many different LEDs in there, they lower their par rating big time, and therefore they lower, like, their spectrum is all very low. The amount of green, the amount of yellow, the amount of orange, all that's very low because of that, because they can only put a few. They only have room for a few of those particular LEDs. And I fixed the problem by using a mixture of white, of cool and warm white, and then supplementing that with deep reds and deep blues and UV and infrared, and bam, you got the sun. You got a big, thick spectrum, just like the sun, where everything goes very high on the spectrometer, where every color goes high. Yeah, Sandra, sorry, I'm trying to read everything everyone's saying. It's kind of going by fast on my end. But yeah, Sandra, you can email me. Just go to either website, Perfect Sun LED, or GrowPotCheaply, and click on contact and email me. If for some reason I don't answer you, it might have gone to my spam mail. I've been getting some that go to spam mail, not sure why. If that happens, you can always text me on the number at perfectsunled.com. You can call the number, leave a message, and I try to get back that day or the next day. People that leave messages. If they don't leave a message, then I figure they don't think it's important enough for me to call them back, so I don't. I know that's kind of bad business practice, but it's just the way I am. I figured if they don't have the time to leave me a quick message, then I don't have the time to fucking call them back. That's just the way I see it. But you can also text that number. It's a cell phone number, so you can text it as well. Then I'll see your question that way for sure. But you can always try the email first if that's more comfortable for you. And then if for some reason you don't get an answer within a couple of days, it means I probably didn't get it. And then you can go ahead and just text the number or call the number, leave a message. You live in China, you're working in the electronics field. Also, I can manage to get great discounts for international shipping from FedEx and DHL. Well, yeah, I mean, and I can too, I have a warehouse that I rent in China, and I ship out from there right now. So when I do international shipment, I ship out from there, but it just, it's double costs. That means I have to stock there, and I have to stock here, and that just costs more money and stocking, more money that I can't spend, more money that's, re-up money to buy more lights. And honestly, right now, the UK I think it's because UK price is so much higher because of shipping. But FedEx is supposed to work on me, so they're supposed to be calling me back here in a couple of days about shipping from America to UK and give me a good price on that. So if they come through with that, then yeah, that'd be awesome. Then I can offer cheaper prices to UK, and then it's because it's coming from America, the customs and stuff won't be as difficult. So Robert Martin, you ask. Oh, it's actually spelled CYCO. Sorry, let me go back to Antonio real quick. pH is super important. Okay, damn it, I'm trying to get to everybody. All right, Dread Cage, pH is super duper important. It's one of the 3 most important things that you can have. Now, if you're growing in soil, it's already, the soil already has pH buffers in it. If you're growing in cocoa, then you need a really good pH bin because the pH is super duper important. It is one of the 3 top things. It's temperature, humidity, and pH. Those are your 3 most important things. I know as someone that designs and sells LED lights, you think I would say light's the most important, but it's not, because if your pH is fucked up, it don't matter. You can have the best light in the world. If your pH is fucked up, then your plants aren't going to grow good. Psychonutrient mix is spelled CYCO, so Psychotech Nutrients. And I haven't finished figuring out the ratios exactly yet, so I'm still working with it. I like to make sure I've grown with something for a while before I put out anything out there. But right now, I've been going between 0.8 during veg, during seedling and stuff. It's the same as usual with my other feeding charts. And then during veg, instead of going to 1.6, I go to just 0.8. During later veg, I go to maybe 1.0, and then I drop back down to 0.8 with the bloom when I first start bloom. Once they're about halfway through bloom, I go to 1.1, and if the plants look like they can handle it, I go to 1.4. I haven't had to go higher than 1.4 with Psychotech. It's just that good. So Robert Martin asked, Neil, what's up? Can you please answer this question? I have some autos staying small. They are on day 28. I would like to know if they are going to stretch. I don't know. It depends. I mean, I don't know if you stress them out or not. Some autos stay really short and they never get very big. Some autos only get 2 feet tall. So it just all depends on the strain and what you did with them. One thing you could do though is just keep feeding them grow until they start to flower. And then once they start to flower, feed them bloom, and they will, and make sure they're under HPS. Don't keep them under anything metal halide. If they're not under myolites, then put them under HPS once they start to flower, and then you'll see them stretch. Usually any auto will at least stretch half its size or twice its size, whatever I meant. So if it's a foot tall, it should get to 2 feet. Steve T, yeah, Psychotech, CYCO. Clark Kent. Some of the parts are made or developed in China in a China warehouse. I have a huge factory that actually develops LEDs. A lot of people think that the LED is the chip, but it's not. The chips are American made, so I use American made Cree chips and American made Bridgelux chips. But the Bridgelux don't make LEDs. Well, that's kind of a lie. They do make LEDs. They make them in Taiwan. So they have one that I know of. Bridgelux has one factory that makes LEDs in Taiwan, but what they make near San Jose, California, and I think it's San Pablo or I forget the exact town, but it's right near San Jose where I used to live. And there they only make the chips, and the chips look like they come on almost like a piece of cardboard, and then you have your like $1 million machines that stamp out the chip and then put it inside your plastic diode, and then it puts the glass over that, and then over the glass you put whatever chemical, depending what color you want. So if you want white, you put phosphorus, and then different amounts and types of phosphorus to get either a white light or a warm white, and then different dyes to get red. All chips are blue. All LEDs are blue to start with, and then you put dyes to make them different colors. I'm just scrolling down here, sorry, trying to catch up to everything. So Serious MPK, I'm doing a staged harvest. I took the cola when I started seeing amber, but now the rest of her are showing any, and it's been a good week. See, that's one thing I don't do with autos. With regulars, sometimes I do that. What you're talking about, where you take buds off in stages, so you can try to get the most out of the plant. I've done that with regulars and it works fine, but with autos, it doesn't seem to work as good. So once you start pulling off, once you start cutting off nugs, it seems like the auto kind of stunts. It doesn't want to grow anymore, just kind of stops, halts. I mean, it'll eventually kind of start going again, but the buds won't get any bigger. They'll just kind of finish up and dense up. At least that's what I've noticed so far. Okay, Clark Kent. Love Superman. Big fan of Superman. Always have been. Spider-Man too. I was a Hulk fan when I was a kid. Loved Hulk when I was a kid. I thought it was Hulk when I was a kid. I would take my big wheel now. I would throw it in the trash can, like the big trash cans they had, like the ones that are about 8 feet tall. I was about 4 or 5 years old. I don't know how I was so strong, but I would throw my big wheel. Maybe it just felt like it was 8 feet tall because I was a little kid, but it was big. Like it was for me, it was huge when I was a kid. And anyway, so I would throw my big wheel in there, like I'm Hulk smash. Yeah, definitely. I've grown a lot of seeds from Dynafem, both photos and autos. I like their auto White Widow. It was pretty good. It was nice. It grew like real big too. And that was actually one of my first autos I ever grew, was a Dynafem White Widow. And man, I got like 4 ounces off. I was pretty happy. That was one of that, and I was like, yeah, 4 ounces off an auto is awesome. So, Darren, under the Goliath for a 4x4, it really depends how many you want to do. What I'm going to do is 36. So 36 in fabric pots, 2 gallon fabric pots, and they're the tall They're the tall kind. I forget the exact name. I had to buy them online. But mainly what I was looking for was the width of the pot. So these are 8 inches wide and 11 inches tall. And so that's the ones I'm gonna be using. And that way I already did all the math to make sure I can fit them in a 4x4 flood tray. So that's how I'm gonna do it. And then I'm gonna have a wet vac and vacuum up about 15 minutes after watering. I'm gonna be hand watering that one. And that's the grow where I'm hoping to get over 3 ounces. And doing all the math with the average par and everything, I'm pretty positive I can pull. And that's gonna be with photos as well, not autos. But I'm pretty positive I can do that. I can pull 3 pounds over with that light. With the other one, I'm gonna be trying 3-gallon pots and doing 16 under per light in a perpetual grow system. I have not grown flash seeds. I've looked at them a lot at the flash seeds, but I don't know. I haven't been very impressed with just the bud structures and how they look. So I just never tried them. Steve T asks, would there be any negative effects from adding a secondary non-PS light to the room? No, not at all. And in fact, you can throw an HPS and a perfect sun in the same room and be fine. My buddy is actually doing that right now. He just did a grow previously with Gorilla Glue number 12, which is a smaller yielding plant than the Gorilla Glue number 4, but really frosty, like fucking hella frosty. Blew my mind when I fucking first saw it. I'm like, oh my god, that looks like you just powdered it with fucking snow or sugar or something. Powdered sugar is crazy how frosty that shit is, but not a very big yielder. And using that strain and his lower yielding green crack, he was able to, in 3-gallon pots, hard pots, not even fabric pots, he pulled over 2 pounds. He pulled like I think it was almost 2.5 pounds. And now he's got more going. I just took the video today, and so they're about 4 weeks in, and these are taller strains, so I think he'll get a bigger yield off of them. But yeah, it's kind of cool. And the reason why I mentioned that is he grows with HPS, 1001 HPS. He uses Hortilux. And so right next to each other is my light and then his Hortilux light. And then he has a couple plants that are receiving both spectrums from both lights, and they're doing fine. The main thing though is that he's not listening to me when it comes to CalMag. So I'm like, dude, your leaves are yellowing already, and you're only 4 weeks into flower, maybe 4.5. Your leaves shouldn't be yellow. You need to add Epsom salts or CalMag because my lights are so efficient. They require more CalMag from the plants, and he's not listening to me, and he's just doing his normal thing that he does with his HPS. I'm like, dude, this is not an HPS light. You need to add this stuff. I think when I go back there next time, I'm just going to sprinkle some, about a tablespoon over each of his plants of Epsom salts. That way he has no choice. Like there, when you water, it's going to water itself in, since you don't listen to me. He's stubborn sometimes. Let's see here, just reading what people are saying, sorry. Oh, nice, Clark Kent, yeah. The White Widow XXL, I think, is times Big Bud. I don't like anything times Big Bud. It's just never very, it's not as stony, it's not as dense, not as sugary. I don't know, I don't like Big Bud. That strain's stupid. It's great for big yields, great for if you want to just make oil out of it, but I don't think it's the best smoke. Doesn't look good either. You know, it's not top shelf stuff. You can't sell it to a dispensary as top shelf. White Widow is growing in my next closet grow. That's what I figured. How do you cure boron deficiency? Well, obviously you can just add boron, but most of the time, any deficiency is caused by some other factor. It's not caused by your nutrients. If you're using a good nutrient line, it has everything in it. It has all your micronutrients in it. So it already has boron in it. So the problem is not the problem isn't that you're not giving it, unless you're just not feeding your plant at all. If you're not feeding your plant, then that could be it. It's also probably missing a bunch of other stuff. But most of the time, any deficiency is always caused by the temperature, humidity, and pH. pH being the number one cause. So when your pH is fucked up, it causes all kinds of deficiencies. And I actually proved that in one of my grows. For 3 days, I think it was 3 or 4 days, I fed with a higher pH of 6.8, I think it was, or maybe it was even 7.2. I can't remember. But for like 3 or 4 days, that was in watering every day in coco, so it's treated like hydro, which should be 5.8. And I fed it every single day, that 7.2 or 6.8, I can't remember. And within 3 or 4 days, it had all kinds of deficiencies. And then all I did is went back to feeding 5.8. And after 3 or 4 days, boom, nice bright green, everything's happy again. And I just wanted to prove just how important pH was. That pH is super important. All right, I'm trying to catch back up here in the chat. Sorry, guys. I never tried Remo Nutrients. He's probably a cool guy, but because he's kind of buddy-buddy with Brandon from Spectrum King, then I don't know if I can trust the guy, because I can't trust Brandon. Brandon has lied too many times. I proved it too many times. He seems like a cool guy, but why lie to sell lights? It's stupid. Anyway, that's a bunch of drama, but Keith Tank, right now I'm using Psychotech nutrients. I mentioned this earlier in the chat, or this live thing. Basically, the reason I'm using right now is because they're fucking awesome. I can use way less of it, and it actually costs me less than even using Florinova. I love Florinova. Florinova is the shit. Like, you can get some great, I got, almost 12 ounces off of one Auto, what was it? Auto Ultimate by Dutch Passion under a 600 watt Apollo ballast and bulb. So the cheapest of the cheap you can buy that I know of, $20 a bulb for 600 watts, sorry, not 1,000. And the ballast and everything. I think the whole kit costed me, I used Umbrella Hood, all Apollo, the whole system was Apollo. I think it cost me like 210 or something like that after shipping. Super inexpensive. And used Florinova lineup and got almost 12 ounces off one plant. But so I love that nutrient. It's a great nutrient. But Psychotech is so much more efficient because it's almost all amino acids, way less salt buildup, because there's hardly any salt in it, since it's mostly amino acids, and it's super chelated. And since I do drip system now, it doesn't clog my drip system at all. So, and I can use way less of it. Instead of using 1.8 during late flower, I only have to use 1.1, 1.4 max CC. I'm still catching up, guys. Sorry. Darren Douglas says, been trying to decide whether to go SOG or max 4 or 5 plants. One as big yield as possible. Then go SOG. That's going to be the biggest yield possible. it really depends between going, 36 plants versus 16. 36 would be with 2-gallon pots that are 8 inches wide, and then make sure they're straight pots like fabric pots, 8 by 11, and then the 16 would be the 3-gallon fabric pots. You can fit 16 under in a 4x4 area. Let's see here. Sorry, just trying to catch up here. Now the grow boss is dumb if he thinks pH means nothing. He must grow in soil. But pH means everything in soil too. Soil just takes care of the pH for you because it has pH buffers in it. Whether it's lime, most of the time it's lime, but other time, because like oftentimes you're gonna be watering or feeding with an acidic nutrient, and so you want lime in your soil, and it all balances out. And then they also have live micro biology going on inside of soil usually. At least that's the best way to grow in soil, and that's gonna help take care of your pH as well. So even in soil, the pH is still super important. It's just a different way of going about it than with hydro. Good light recommendation for a 2x4x10. Wait, hold on. 2x4, 10. I mean, you know what I'm. What the fuck are you talking about, Westmail? I'm trying to figure it out here. 4x4 and a 3x3, but not on a 2x4 at 23 inches. Okay, so basically trying to figure out 2x4. That's a tricky one because 2x4 is a weird, it's a weird space, but the best one that would probably fit that, if you want to use the least amount of price possible, would be the Dwarf Star. It almost covers the 4-foot thing. Almost. Now, if you can afford it, then get the cob. Sure, the cob is going to be overkill for the 2 feet, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to hurt nothing, but it's going to fully cover that 4 feet. So, but you might as well just get a 4x4 tent if you get that light. If you want to, if you're just determined on the 2x4, then I would go Dwarf Star. Maybe even a Dwarf Star and a Mini together. So to cover the extra little bit that the Dwarf Star won't cover fully that 4, then put the Mini in there as well. So basically a Dwarf Star and Mini side by side would cover 2x4 really good. Trippy Hippie John, check out my website, GrowPotCheaply.com, and then just watch my free course. It's all for beginners. Well, Childers, we know that you're a crazy old man, so I'm not really worried about it. Let's see here. Monster Green Thumb. My humidity goes between 50% and 65%, and temp 77 to 81. Yeah, that's perfect, especially for HPS. For LED, you want to try to keep your temperatures at a steady 80, between like 79, 80 to 81. Because the problem to see the LEDs, they don't produce heat to your canopy, whereas HPS actually produce heat to your canopy. So with HPS, you want to keep it right around 77, 78. That will keep your top canopy at about 80, 81, because it's also it's pushing heat. It's acting like a heat lamp on top of a grow lamp, whereas LEDs don't do that. So LEDs don't put any heat out onto the top of your canopy. So you want to make sure your canopy is at 80 or so. You want your room temperature to be 80, which is cool because you use less energy trying to keep your room cool. Okay, I think I'm way behind on chat here, so I'm just trying to scroll down super fast now. I might be skipping some people's questions, or so just re-ask them. Good auto strains. Autos were easier to grow. Quality are more important than yield, but let's not rule yield out completely. Yeah, definitely, and that's why I'm growing Mephisto genetics this next grow. They're not the biggest yielders, but they're fire. Just look at some of their shit. Look at some of the grows that people have done on 420 magazine with Mephisto genetics, and also just look at Mephisto genetics website. They actually have some grows done by this guy on YouTube. I forget his name now, but just absolute fire. Like they look better than most regulars I've seen. Just scrolling down. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I do a lot of vegan grows. Why so hyper, or why you so hyper? I actually did a recent one where I did a video showing how something I'm kind of working on right now called hydroorganic, where I'm using pure cocoa, but I'm actually activating the cocoa like you would soil with live bacteria, and then watering daily with just water, and then having instead of using lime like you would in soil, I'm actually using sulfur, organic sulfur, to keep the pH acidic, like you would be growing blueberries or something. So I'm basically treating it like blueberries, like growing organic blueberries, basically, but in hydro, so cocoa, watering every day, and it worked really good so far. So I'm still going to do more experiments with that because that's such a cool, lazy way to grow. You just activate the cocoa. I have a video showing how to do it. Just look up hydro organic on my YouTube channel, and then after it's activated, then you just water every day and then top dress. The main thing I'm working out is how often to top dress, so people can have something simple to use. Like right now, I go by my pH meter and I read what comes out the bottom and what I'm putting in the top. But I want to get that down to a science so that I can just say, hey, this is how much you water with. This is what you put in. Hey, what's up, Dank? Dank GB Smokes. And so, yeah, anyway, so organic's cool. Love organic. Makes shit fucking taste good. Makes shit smoke good. That's one thing I like about the Psychotech nutrients. Psychotech nutrients, man, the shit comes out smooth. Like you would never think that it was an actual synthetic. It comes out super smooth. So Bill, hey Neil, I heard the pH on the soil thing, but I got to correct you, bro. Soil is a soil food web. So you have all the bugs, microbes, fungi, but what most people call soil is soilless medium, aka dirt. I would never grow in dirt, if you mean like straight dirt from your backyard. So when I refer to soil, I mean soil that already has some nutrients in it, and most of the time a good soil will have bacteria in it already. And it's a shit soil. I wouldn't grow with it. Yeah, it's always good to have some bacteria in the soil when you buy it, especially when you're paying a good amount for it. Hey, I thought about that, Steve T, adding a form feature to the website. Wix offers it. That's what I use to design the site. And they offer a free form because I pay, well, it's not free. I mean, I pay the premium monthly premium, whatever, to have the site. But as part of that monthly premium, I get a free access to Wix's form builder. So I could build a form for the site. And I thought that'd be kind of cool for people can, ask questions there rather than ask them on email. But also other people can benefit from the answers that way. And maybe just keep it all anonymous and stuff. I mean, if people want to put their Facebook, they can, or put their name out there, they can, but make it where they can also just sign in anonymously and ask questions and get answers. And that way other people can look at, what those answers are. So it also helped me answer less questions because I answer questions. I dedicate about an hour every day to answering questions on emails. That's no joke. So, and that's all for free. I don't charge nothing for that. So I get so many emails. People ask me questions all the time about their grow and sending pictures and stuff. So yeah, I spend about an hour every single day answering questions, and I still don't get to answer all of them. I don't get to all of them. So if I had a forum, it'd be much easier because a lot of people ask the same questions. This way I can just be like, hey, here's the form. Check it out. That's your answer. That way I don't have to sit there and type every time. I haven't tried Mammoth P or Recharge yet. I heard great things about it. Loved what Rusty Shackelford did with it. And there's some other people. So, but at the same time, I haven't seen Mammoth P do anything significantly greater than if you were just to use a good nutrient line and a good PK booster. So I don't know if it's worth the money yet. I mean, I have to try it myself, I guess, and see for sure. But based on what I've seen, it doesn't look like it does anything better than if you just use like a good nutrient line and PK booster. Marty 990. My deep purple haze auto is 7 weeks into veg and still no sign of pre-flower. Any tips on that? So if you wanted to flower earlier, start feeding it bloom nutrients and give it a PK boost. So first, before you feed it, actually, here's what I would do. First thing, feed it only half of what you normally are feeding now. So let's say you're feeding 700 ppm right now in veg nutrients. Only feed like 300 or 350 or so, with the bloom nutrients, and then add PK to it to bring it up to about maybe 500 ppm. Do that and just start feeding with that for about a week, and then just switch over to bloom and get rid of the PK booster altogether for that for right now. That should kick it into flower. Some strains though are just longer. They're called monster autos, and they just go a long time in veg. But you're going to get a much bigger yield out of it because it's going to be a big ass plant. MA420, kind of new grower. Normally I top a few times and throw into a tomato cage and flower. I want to try a shrog. Do you think that would increase my yields? I'm in a 4x8. I think so, because shrogging is so much easier since you have a bunch of plants, and the more plants you have, let's say 2 plants kind of get fucked up, that's not really going to mess your yield up that much. But if you only have 4 plants and 1 plant gets messed up, or 6 plants and one plant gets messed up, that's a huge hit on your yields. But also with a lot of plants under the same area, you can get a lot of yield out of each plant still. You can still get like 3 ounces, even 6 ounces if you're using like 3-gallon fabric pots. So you fit 16 plants, 12 to 16 plants under a good light, under a Goliath or under a good 1000 watt HPS light, or a Gavita, whatever, 1000 watt, and you can pull 3 to 6 ounces depending on the strain off each plant. That's a huge yield. So, and less work involved, I think. Yeah, you're watering more, but a lot less training and a lot less veg time. My buddy does no veg time at all. He literally he clones in a cup, gets them to about a foot tall, takes them out of the cup, puts them in their 3-gallon pots. He uses hard pots, puts them in the 3-gallon pots, and boom, puts them in the 12-12. So they're literally a foot tall when they go into 12-12. He doesn't give them a chance to go through the transplant shock. So their transplant shock, if they have any, they're doing that in 12-12. And a lot of his plants get to 3-4 feet tall sometimes, but mostly between 2 and 3 feet tall. And he'll yield anywhere from 3 to 6 ounces, sometimes 8 ounces per plant. Sorry, trying to catch up here, guys. I'm like probably so far behind. So I'm going to just scroll down to the bottom, and if I miss your question, just try to re-ask it. Dorian Saunders, I'm honestly a fan of your grows. Was wondering usually how big are your autos by day 24 under a 600 watt HPS? It really I mean, the light doesn't matter too much. Honestly, it really matters the environment and what you're feeding and pH and all that kind of stuff, and the kind of grow you're growing. If you're growing in soil, you might get a little bit slower of a grow than if you're growing in hydro, obviously. That's why people love hydro, because it's so fast. But typically by day 24, they're not very big. It doesn't matter on the strain either, usually. They're usually right around, I don't know, look at some of my grows. I tell the days. And also, for those that are wondering, like, I don't update all the time on YouTube, my grows. I update on Instagram a lot more often. And I also update on 420 Magazine. I do grow journals on 420magazine.com. And that's where I show the actual, the dates and stuff like that a lot more often. I take pictures and things like that. But yeah, you can see a lot of examples of what my autos look like at day 24, but they're pretty small. They're not very big at day 24. Sometimes, but usually they're not very big. If you do HPS the whole time, they stretch more. So at day 24, you might have a taller plant with a lot more, because the node spacings are stretchier because it's stretching in veg. Yeah, a lot of people keep telling me to go to these different roundtable YouTube shows, but I've never even seen a roundtable YouTube show, so I have no idea what it is yet. I should probably watch a couple before I do that, because I don't want to go into something having no idea what I'm doing. Like, hey, I don't know what's going on. How are you guys doing? I'm gonna fuck everything up, because that's what I do when I don't know shit. Let's see here. What strains would you suggest for the SOG auto run? Just started pickup. Dude, there's a lot of good strains by Barney Farms. They won a lot of awards. Matter of fact, I can't believe how many awards they've won. They've won so many awards for so many strains. They won the award for Laughing Buddha, for their Pineapple Chunk, several others I just can't think of right now. But check out pretty much anything by Barney Farms. Their Triangle, was it Triangle something? Man, they got a lot of good strains. But Laughing Buddha is awesome. Laughing Buddha doesn't get too tall, so it's great for a saw grow. And even in a 3-gallon, it doesn't get that tall. And man, just super hard nugs. So even though the plant's kind of small, you're still going to get a good amount off each plant because the nugs are just so fucking dense. Have you ever, Green Monster asked, have you ever flowered outdoors at the beginning of the season? Wanted to try that out this year, not sure when to put them out. I don't mean by the beginning. I mean, beginning of the grow season usually is like right around May, for me at least. If I have done it to where I put them out a lot earlier, and what happened is because the light schedule was already short enough, they started to flower. So if you put them out, like let's say in February or something like that, or March, let's say, they're gonna start. They're most likely they'll start flowering on you, and then they won't finish because there's not enough time to finish, and then they'll re-veg on you, and then they'll start flowering again. You can get some monster plants that way though. I just don't like the whole re-veg thing. I don't like how they grow ultimately. So I'd rather grow them indoors for a while and then put them outdoors late May or whenever it just starts cooling down at night, when it's like not dropping below 50 at night. All right, have a good one. They're probably already gone, Alexandra. Cool. I love nerds. I'm a nerd. Super Thrive. I've tried it a few times, and honestly, I didn't really notice a difference. I think a lot of this shit is, here's my honest opinion. I think a lot of the shit that they sell to growers is bullshit. It's just ways to rip us off, ways to make money off of us. And you got to understand that a lot of these guys that make these nutrient lines and make fabric pots or whatever they're making for us, right? They're not our friends. They're not fellow growers usually. Now, there are some actual fellow growers out there that innovate and make stuff and don't overcharge for it. But most of this crap out there is just that. It's fucking shit. And they're selling us shit for a whole bunch of money that doesn't do nothing. Like, here's some vitamin B1 with some other shit in it, and maybe your plants will grow better, but really doesn't make a difference. I keep it simple, stupid, I remember when I first started growing, one of my biggest fans was Jorge Cervantes. Read Jorge Cervantes' books. Then once he was on YouTube, watched some of his videos. And one of the things I'll never forget that he kept pounding in my head in his books is keep it simple, stupid, stoner. I think is what he said. Or keep it simple, stoner, instead of yeah, that's what it was. Keep it simple, stoner. And it took me a while to actually listen to his advice, because everyone's always like, every time you go to a grow shop, they're like, oh, try this, try Terpinator, try this and this and that, and they lie to you saying, I use this and I use that, my grows are so much better and blah blah blah. And so you try it all, it's expensive as shit, and then it really doesn't make a difference. And a lot of people aren't scientific or logical, so for example, let's say it's someone's second grow, and in their second grow they've only used basic nutrients. And in their third grow, they decide to add Terpinator, just for an example. And then that third grow comes out better. They make the illogical conclusion, the correlation that, hey, my third grow came out better than my first two grows, therefore Terpinator is directly responsible for it. What they didn't calculate into that was, hey, this is my third grow. I'm getting better. Naturally, my third grow should be better than my second grow or my first grow. So there's no evidence there that Terpinator had anything to do with it. So before you start experimenting with shit, especially if expensive shit, I highly recommend using the basics, a good basic nutrient line like Florinova or Psychotech nutrients. Don't use any of the other shit. Just the basic nutrient line. So if you're using Florinova, it's Florinova Grow, Florinova Bloom. That's it. Nothing else. No PK boosters, no sweeteners, no sugar, no nothing else. Just the basic line. You're going to get good marijuana, I guarantee it. Or Psychotech nutrients, just use a basic line, the AB Grow and AB Bloom. If you do that and you get really good, you nail down your environment, you nail down your temperatures, you nail down your pH. Once you know that you're pulling what you should get off each light, right? Off 1,000 watt HPS, if you're not pulling a pound, you're doing something wrong. You should be pulling more like 2 pounds, at least close to 2 pounds. Once you got that far, once you're at that point, then start experimenting. Then you know what works and doesn't, because now you know your strains, you know what the fuck you're doing, And you're gonna be like, hey, I had a terpinator and shit, my shit got faustier as hell. And I know this strain well. I've grown it many times, and I know exactly what I get from it every single time I grow it. And this one time I added terpinator and boom, I got way more frost. Okay, now let's do a side-by-side comparison. You do it again. This time you have half the plants of terpinator, same strain, same clone, everything, same mother. The other half without terpinator, everything's exactly the same room, same temperature. Nothing's different. That's how scientists do shit. And then you see if there's a real difference. Then you know it's not hype. Then you know it's not just in your head. That's just what I recommend personally. But and I wanted to prove. I don't know if you guys seen the grow I did. It's called the Ghetto Grow. And the Ghetto Grow is in the 4x4 cheapo tent with a cheapo 600-watt HPS Apollo setup, and just using Florinova. That's it. I think I might have used Monster Bloom PK 3 times during the grow. I can't remember. It's in the videos if I did. But I kept it simple, stupid. And I still almost got 12 ounces off of one plant. So when you can do that with just the baseline of nutrients, then it's time to start experimenting and try to push it to the next level. Don't try to push the next level off the right from the beginning. Start basic, simple, just the base nutrients. Once you push that to its limit, and you're getting the yields you should be getting, then start experimenting. What can I do? What can I tweak? What can I change? What can I add? To get a little bit more frost, a little bit more yield, a little bit more density, and so forth. And that same thing goes with lighting. Stick with the basics. If it's a photo period, 18:6 for veg, 12:12 for flowering. Don't fuck with any of the 11 and 13, none of that stuff. Just 12:12 all the way through for flower. Wait until you got the yields you're supposed to be getting, then start tweaking stuff. Hey, let's try 11:13 this time, or let's try the flash ID in the middle of the day for flowering and things like that, and see if it makes a difference. But anyway, that's what I recommend. Sorry if I'm missing one's questions. If I did, just say GrowPotCheaply. That way I know you're asking me a question. And say GrowPotCheaply, comma, and then ask me the question. Blue Planet is definitely one I wanted to try. I looked at it a lot. It seems expensive to me. I did try Advanced Nutrients PK Booster, and I think it's good. It was stable with my psychonutrients. That's another reason I like psychonutrients. It stays super stable in my reservoir for up to 2 weeks. It can stay at 5.8 for 2 weeks without me doing nothing to it. And and how to do that is first obviously adding nutrients and let it sit for 12 hours before you add any pH up or down. And after it's settled and done its thing, and then 12 hours later I measure it. If it's not at where I want it, 5.7, 5.8, then I add a little bit of up or down, whatever it needs, and then let it stabilize. And then it'll stay stable for a super long time. Love that for that reason. Advanced Nutrients PK Booster stayed stable with my psychonutrients, but also Psychonutrients PK Booster called Potash obviously remains super stable as well because it's made to go with it. Can you dry pot CP? Yeah, I do. I don't use anything expensive. I don't use a dry room. A lot of people, they use expensive dry rooms, or they turn their tent into a dry room, and they get the humidity perfect and the temperature perfect and all that kind of stuff. Not me. I just super dry. I keep my humidity super low. I don't care what the temperature is. I don't care if it's cold. I don't care if it's hot. I just want my humidity super low so that my plants dry, super dry. I want them so dry that if you were to touch a bud and squish it in your hand, it just turns to crumble. That's how dry I get it. And then after it's that dry, I cut all the hey, what's up, Sunman? I cut all the buds off, finish trimming them. I put them in a paper sack, and I spray the paper sack with a spray bottle, just until the outside of the paper sack is damp. I let it sit there for about 2 or 3 hours and check the buds and see if they've gotten a little more moist. And then if they're still really, really dry, I spray it again. I keep doing that until the buds are not so dry, but they're not quite at where I want them yet, but they're not super dry. Then I put them in a bag for a day, a cure bag or a jar if you prefer jars. I use cure bags. And then I check it after a day and see where they're at. And if they're Still too dry, I do another application of the paper bag and spraying the paper bag, put it back in the cure bag again for another day and see if it's at 62 humidity or not yet. And once it's at 62, then just leave it in the bag, and that's where it cures. Is a 2x2 with 300 watts LED 2 plants enough? It really depends on the LED. You know, there are some that are better than others. Of course, you know, as an LED manufacturer, I think mine are the best, but there's other ones out there that will do the job. So if I had to go with anything, if I had to grow with another LED that wasn't my LED, I would either grow with, it's a hard one, kind of so expensive, but at least they try to get a full spectrum. What's the other one called? It starts with a P. Fuck, I forgot the name of their lights right now. I can't think of them right now. But anyway, they're all expensive lights, the ones that I would want to grow with. And I don't know if I can do it just because I'm the kind of person that doesn't believe in ripping myself off. So, and I know that my lights are better anyway, so I'd go with my lights. But yeah, there are some cheaper options available as well. Mars Hydro's new Pro Series is a pretty decent light, and that's something you can try. I wouldn't use their old tech though, unless you're going to use a 1200 or 1600. If you're not going to use their 1200 to 1600, don't even bother with it. Their 900 and below suck ass. They don't grow plants or shit. All right, sorry guys, I'm trying to check everyone's questions, but it's going by fast. Okay, Dark Knight. Do cannabis strain names provide useful information? The names don't really. I mean, sometimes you can kind of guess like what their genetics might come from, but I usually don't pay attention to names. Just look at what the seed company says the genetics are. Yeah, love liquid seaweed. Great shit. Yeah. I've actually saw a grow on 420 magazine where that's all the dude used was liquid seaweed and a really good soil. But his soil was good. So his soil is what fed the plants throughout most of their life, and liquid seaweed just kind of supplemented it. But yeah, liquid seaweed's awesome. Great stuff. If you're into organic grow, highly recommend doing some liquid seaweed in there. Well, Bob, I don't know. Dry it properly. Everyone has their own idea what properly is. What's important is that the end product smells good, tastes good, and stays smelling good for a long time in a bag. Where a year later you can open it up and it still smells good and tastes good. To me, that's a good job, and what I do does that. So I think I'm doing a good job. But everyone has different ideas on how to do it. That's just how I do it. It gives me the results I need, and so I think that's one of those things where there's tons of ways to do it right, and it just depends on what works better for the person, as long as the end result is what you want. Let's see here. Sorry, just trying to catch up on questions. What do you think of Mars Hydro 300 watt? Piece of shit. That's what I think. If you're not going to use a Mars Hydro Pro, then don't go below 1200. Mars Hydro 1200 or higher. So either they're 1200 or 1600. Anything else is shit. It's just, you're better off with HPS. Just do HPS. Honestly, they're crap. I grew with the 900 one time. It grew one plant only, and it barely even did that. It was just shit. The 1200 though, it does all right. The 1200 does all right. Yeah, GrowMod does make some crazy lights. I was looking at some of his lights, and some of them are crazy big, but he uses a lot of electricity. It's like, why? What's the point at that point? I guess it's about quality at that point. If you're going to use 1,000 watts of actual draw power in an LED light, then why not just use a Gavita? Because it's going to give you huge yields. But at that point, I think it's more about the quality that LEDs give. I haven't seen his newer lights. Has he started adding deep blues and deep reds and some UVs in there and infrared? Because that's what I've noticed he's missing. He's just trying to do it all with just cob, using just like a 400K or depending whether he wants to flower or veg with it. And I've noticed that's just not enough. Just pure white. It has a lot of in it, but what pure white's missing, if you look very carefully at pure white on a spectrometer, it's missing the deep reds and deep blues. It has a little bit of infrared, but it is still missing infrared, and it's missing UV almost altogether. What kind of good soil does the seaweed guy use? Do you know? You know what? I couldn't remember. He was from the UK, and I don't even think he knew the name of it. He just said it's some soil that he bought locally. And he grew some monster plants. I don't know if he's still on 420 magazine. I haven't seen him in a while, but he would just grow one plant at a time under his 400 watt HPS. Then he upgraded to a 600, and he would pull a pound a plant. Even off a 400 watt HPS, he'd pull a pound a plant. Of course, he would veg it for a long time. He'd get these fuckers super big before he flowered them. Yeah, I know, Bob. Like I said, Bob, everyone has their own ideas, what they think is right and wrong, what they think happens or doesn't happen, and they hear shit from other people and they parrot it. I personally am like a scientist, so I have to test it myself. I don't just go by what people say. So I test it myself. I know another guy that does the same thing. What he does is he actually starts drying his bud at 70-70, so 70 temperature, 70 humidity. Then he drops it down to 60-60, then 50-50, 40-40, 30-30. All the way down to, I think, 2020. Then he keeps it basically in a refrigerator, like a really cold ass refrigerator, I think at 20 degrees. And then once he's ready to sell it to a dispensary, he pulls it out and he puts it in a paper bag. He sprays the outside of the paper bag, brings the weed back to life, and then it smells as if it was brand new, almost as if it was like freeze dried, like when you freeze dry food and then bring it back to life with water. And it's just like ripe again, kind of like that. And it smells freaking fantastic. Some of the strongest smelling weed I've ever smelled. Super tasty, just fantastic. I love the way he does it. It's just I don't have the time to do all that shit. So I tried it my way, and I almost get the same results. So, and great flavor, great smell, all that good shit. Yeah, Door Star is awesome. I love the Door Star. The Door Star, out of the smaller lights, is my favorite light. That's the one for smaller lights. That's the one I personally grow with, and it grows better than the 500. So sorry for all those that bought a 500, but it just does, in my opinion. The Door Star grows better. I prefer it. You get better. I think you get slightly better yields out of it. The only way I think you can get the same yields out of the 500, or at least maybe even greater, but at least the same, is if you grow a taller plant and open it up. But honestly, both of them have almost identical penetration. So the technology used with the type of double lenses in each light is different. And so to help take advantage of the 3-watt diodes, I use a different double lens technology. They might look the same, but they're not the same lenses. And that's why the Door Star does so good, even though it's a 3-watt diodes rather than 5-watt. It actually does better, which kind of blows my mind. And that's where I don't go by what people say. I'm like Mark Twain. Let's throw a horsehair in a light bulb as a filament and see how it does. That's the kind of person I am. So I'm like, hey, let's try this out with these. Try out the 3-watt super high intense diodes, and let's throw in these types of lenses and this particular lens combination, and see what happens. And the end result was it gets bigger yields than the 500. So I'm actually thinking about phasing out the 500 altogether, because both lights are so similar. It's like, what's the point of having both of them, especially when the Door Star is better? At least in my opinion, it's a better light. Darren says, you're going on vacation, ordering a limited amount. I was waiting for restock. Should I order the Perfect Sun 1000 today to guarantee I get one ship before you leave? I'd wait till I actually have them. I should have them ready in I'm hoping 2 days. Just been so busy. But I might actually train my sister and my brother-in-law how to at least ship the lights. I'll handle all the FedEx side of it. So on vacation, I'll log in on my computer and take the orders from my PayPal and then plug them into my FedEx account, and then just have her print out the labels and stick them on the lights. And I'll make sure that before I leave, I'll write on each box what the name of the light is. So all she has to do is take the label, the name of the lights on the label, and just match that name up with the name on the box and then stick it on there. and then ship it. FedEx handles everything else. It's like the easiest job in the world. So I might actually train her and my brother-in-law how to do that so they can handle business for me while I'm gone. Because I sell over 100 lights a month, so it'd be kind of a bummer to go a whole month. I'm gonna be gone for like a month, so I'm going on super long vacation. So it might be, at least that's my plan. I might only do 2 weeks, but my plan is a month. And it'd be kind of a bummer to lose out on a whole entire month of sales. I even thought about bringing lights with me, like renting a big freaking van or a super big SUV, and then a big trailer from like U-Haul or something, and then take a bunch of lights with me. But I don't know if I can take 100 lights with me. That's kind of a lot. But at least take 40 or so lights with me. That way I can take orders while I'm on vacation. But then it's like, is that really vacation at that point? You're still having to go to FedEx and ship lights and shit. But yeah. Matthew Smith asked the oh yeah, the Viper Spectra 1200 didn't help. I don't know. I never grown with this. I can't say for sure. What I do wish though is that all these companies would do what I do. Make a video. It's boring. Yeah, it might be a boring video, but make a video where we can see you taking all the measurements in real time, or even just slightly sped up like I did. But to make sure we can hear and understand the words that are being said. It might sound like a chipmunk. Just make sure it's not so fast that we can't understand the words being said, or we can't see the actual measurements being taken. And take 17 measurements like I did and get an average par. Why aren't these other companies doing that? I just don't get it. If they truly believe in their product and they truly know that it has a high average par, then why not make a video showing the average par? Like, it just seems like a no-brainer to me. And so I know that's why I take average par ratings. And another reason why I take average par ratings is I want to know what I can get out of a light. I know how effective my spectrum is at, let's say, 250 par. And so I know, like, if I have, let's say, 300 average par, I know what I can get out of the light. If I have almost 600 average par, I know I can get about 3 pounds or more out of that light because of how effective my spectrum is. I know with a Gavita that with about 650 par, 680 par, I know I can pull 3 pounds, or at least really close to 3 pounds. I know with a regular 1,000-watt double-ended bulb like a Hortilux I with 575 average par for 4x4, I know I can pull 2.5 pounds very easily. I know I can do that. Of course, it uses over 1,000 watts, about 1,050 watts, but I know that's what I can get out of it because its spectrum isn't as good. So yeah. Anyway, that's why average par rating should just be normal. It should be part of every light that's ever produced, and there should be a video proving it, not just here's my numbers. That's not, you can't trust that. You have to at least have a video. You can't necessarily even trust a video because a video can be faked. I'm like I guess what do you call it, a amateur magician. So I know how to fake a lot of shit, and also I'm kind of into writing screenplays and movies and filming and stuff. So I know a lot of movie tricks and things like that. So I know there's ways to fake it. It's not that hard. So you kind of have to trust a person too and trust the company, I guess. So even if they do a live video, you still have to trust the company, I guess. It's kind of hard to pull off, but it can be pulled off. But anyway, I basically do it for those that trust me, because if you're a skeptic like I am, then you shouldn't trust me unless I've given you reason to. Yeah, right now, Mr. Collins, they're only available on my site. I'm right now, like, my business is basically growing faster than my profits, right? So I can't even keep up with stocking now, like with all the parts and everything that I have to buy. It's growing faster than what I can keep up with. I had to actually take a loan out just to keep up with orders. And so until that slows down and kind of peters out, I'm not even worried about eBay or Amazon or any other types of advertising. I haven't gone to a convention or anything yet because I can't even keep up with my orders right now. So once I have the capital, to expand more and keep up with the orders, then I'll go on Amazon, then I'll go on eBay, then I'll hit up the conventions and things like that. Hey, thanks, Bill. I appreciate it. It was very uncomfortable making that video. It was not fun. I didn't have knee pads, and I was out in my garage, and you couldn't really tell because I was on top of that, panda plastic. But if you watch the video toward the end, you can see all these holes in the panda plastic that is caused by the ground I was on. I don't have a smooth garage. My garage is super old, and the ground feels like a rock. And so it was very uncomfortable making that video. My knees hurt so bad afterwards. And then just the position that you have to put yourself in. And I was filming for a lot longer than 2 hours. A lot of that I sped up, but very uncomfortable. My lower back hurt. Like I was so pooped after making that video. I'm like, I'm like, fuck it. I'm not even gonna upload this video right now. I'm so in pain and tired. So I just like smoked a fat bowl and just relaxed and watched some TV and played some games and upload the video the next day. Hey, thanks, Wes Miller. Appreciate that. Leslie Burrows. Hey, man, I think you do a great job too. Something MINIS on the late mover. Will that cover 2 to 3 plants in 72 inch, 20-inch deep, 4-foot wide? Oh, you don't put minis on a light mover. Okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying. No, sorry, I don't know why I didn't read that word, but I'm used to it being capitalized. No, don't put minis on a light mover. They're not designed for a mover. The only light of mine that's designed for a mover is a PS1000. No other light's going to benefit from a mover, unless you only move it like 6 inches to a foot. So let's say normally the light covers 4x4 naturally, like the Goliath. The only way the Goliath would benefit from a mover, and it still might not benefit at all, is to have it cover like 4.5. So basically just move it on a light mover barely at all, just where it covers 4.5 instead of 4x4, or maybe 5x4 instead of 4.5. Yeah. With every inch of distance, you lose par because there's a whole equation that goes into it. And actually, Light Rail, the person that the ones I made a deal with to sell their light rails for them. And actually, I don't even make money off those. I just asked them, hey, can you make my customers a really good deal? And like, well, we can make you a really good deal. And so I'm like, okay. And so I just pass that deal on to my customers. Like, I don't care to make money off those things. It's just, I just do it for people that buy 1000s. That way they can get the best deal possible. But yeah, they have all the math on their website on how much light is lost and how strong is the light at this distance, and then how much light will be lost if you move it this amount of distance and so forth. There's all the equation you can figure out. I've just done it by personal experience. And what I've noticed with the 1000 is that it doesn't matter whether you move it 8 feet or you move it 5 feet, you're going to get the same yield. Given that you use the proper techniques for each one. But yes, that's just what I've noticed. I've seen, and based on other people's grows as well. People that cover the full 8 feet get about the same yield as if you cover only 5 feet, because you get bigger, bulkier buds when you cover 5 feet, and you get smaller, tighter buds when you grow covering 8 feet. And also, I noticed that when I grow covering 8 feet long, I have to, during the last 2 weeks, I got to drop the light down to like 5 inches away from the plants. And that's kind of hard unless you have a really, really good even canopy. All right, so Bill, if someone was just starting out and about to buy lights on a budget, should they just go with metal halide HPS? I would go with HPS setup personally. Absolutely. Because if you're on a budget, you're not going to be able to afford to build a good, even if you do it yourself, you're not going to be able to afford to build a really good LED light that will actually get the job done. So I would recommend just going HPS if you're just starting out. Robert Martin, Neil, I have some, and also give you time to get used to how to grow and stuff. So you're not spending a lot of money just getting started, and then you'll get good yields and you'll get to know how to grow, and then you can have the money and capital to invest in something better and take it to the next level. And it sounds so contradictory, doesn't it? Like, hey, why would someone that owns an LED light company like tell me to go buy HPS? Because I'm honest. That's why, unlike everyone else out there, well, not everyone else out there, but I should say, unlike most companies, and not just grow light companies, all companies, whether it be Xbox or whatever, Microsoft in this case, aren't the most honest people in the world. They are bushy but small. Will they stretch and flower? Yeah, they will. Robert Martin. Well, as long as you don't fuck them up, yeah, they'll definitely stretch. Every autoflower I've ever grown, unless I did something wrong, stretches once it goes into flower. Usually about twice the size at least. What is your website? I'm new. Oh, Serpa. But my websites are on all my videos. It's GrowPotCheaply.com and PerfectSunLED.com. Yeah, that's Eric. Eric's a cool dude. Chris Vaughn. Yeah, Grow Light Depot is ran by a dude named Eric. Really cool guy. He's the only guy I let sell my lights. So if you know of anyone else that's selling my lights, let me know, because it means they're doing so and they're not actually selling them. It means they're a scam artist and they're claiming to sell my lights but never sending any lights out because I'm not sending lights out for them. I'm the only one that ships my lights. No one else ships my lights. So if you buy from Eric, I'm still the one that ships them. Because I mean, I don't have anyone else that buys in bulk right now. So uh, Dina asks, what's the most good light hour for grow? 24/0. I personally prefer 18/6. I've tried both over the years, and I've always got better yields and with 18/6 with autos. So some people swear by 24/0. All I know is I hold the world record for the largest autos, and I use 18/6. So that's just what works for me. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm just saying that's what works for me. Thanks, Wilkins. I appreciate it. Wilkins Oliver. You know what? Hold on a second. I should do something here real quick. Let's just hold on. Let me do this real quick here. Super fast. Little cartoon character. Don't worry. They're not on crack. Just give me a second. They're not on crack. I know it might look like they're on crack right now. They're not. Hey, what the hell? Oh man, doing on my own thing right now. It's been a while. Okay, there we go. Which one selects my color? There it is. Man, I need to make another art course. Wow. Starting to forget my old software that I use all the time. Now let's go to this color here. I'll answer questions again in just a second. I don't even know if you guys can even see me drawing right now, honestly. Whoa, what happened there? Went flying away from me. What kind of hair should we give him? Of course, this is the kind of hair we should give him. Don't worry, this is done super fast. I could draw way better than this. Just look at my gallery. There you go. Wow. Come on. Okay. Done drawing. I was freaking out. I had to do something real quick. Sitting in this chair. All right, let me scroll up, see if I miss anything important here. Yeah, give him some dreads. Nathan, yeah, I can ship my lights to the UK. There's only a couple that right now that I do ship because I have them in stock and I can afford to have those ones in stock right now in China. Unfortunately, that's how I have to do it for overseas. It makes it cheaper. I am working with FedEx right now. They're supposed to get back to me in the next couple of days to see if they can't give me a better deal shipping from the United States. So that way I don't have to keep paying rent. So my ultimate goal is to find someone to be a partner with me in United Kingdom, so that way they can ship all orders that the company gets to people and make profit off of that. So like there's already lights. People already want lights there. I'm already shipping lights to the UK. So there's already money there for them to, like they don't have to do nothing. They literally can sit there and do nothing and they'll make money. It might take a little while, to sell the lights they buy, but they will make money if they buy lights and follow my business plan for UK. How much plants can I grow under a 600 watt HPS light and the tent size is 1. I can't convert that in my brain. I don't know what 1.2 is. I think in feet. Sorry, I just do. I think in feet, so I have no idea what 1.2 is. I mean, I know it's meters, but I don't know how to think that. I can't think in meters. So you got to give it, I think that's like what, 3.5 feet or something, 3.4 feet. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. So you got to tell me feet so I can figure it out. I'm scrolling back down. Okay, I'm back down again. I'm not gonna scroll back up no more. I'm getting lost in the past here. Hey, that is, huh? SERP. I didn't think about it, and it kind of does look like that dude from Herbie Seeds, like the little cartoon guy they got. I didn't even think about that. So I just saw you type that, and I'm like, hey, that kind of does look like him. Must be my subconscious mind because I used to buy seeds from them all the time, and then they got all stupid. So now Herbie Seeds, they make you have to use you have to either send, I think you can send them a money order. I'm not sure if you're in America or not if you can do that, but that you have to use a bank. You have to basically send them a bank transfer, and fuck all that shit. GYO is who I use now. They have a huger selection too, and GYO still lets you use credit cards and they'll ship to America. So, hey, what's up, chillin', man? How you doing? So 1.2 is 4x4. Oh, okay. So in a 4x4 bill, the light size doesn't really matter. A 600 watts and a cover 3x3, and that's what the UFO hood even that's the best spread you can get. 600 watt really isn't. You can try to cover 4x4 with it, but it's not going to truly cover it. You're going to notice the outer buds on that outer foot are going to be a lot smaller, and maybe not even baggable. So. But in a 4x4, if you have adequate light covering, you can put anywhere from 36 plants up to 1 plant. So it all depends on grow style. You can train 1 plant to cover the whole area, or you can put 36 plants in 2-gallon fabric pots that are 8 inches by 11 inches tall. Hey, thanks, Nick. I appreciate it. Hopefully my art's okay. This is a shitty little quick drawing. Oh, yeah, you saw how fast I did that. So you can't draw a masterpiece that fast, but but yeah, hopefully I draw good. It's what I do for a living. That's my main job. My main job is I teach on Udemy. I'm the top art instructor on Udemy. I bring in about, I think it's around I won't talk about how much I make. I make a lot of money on Udemy just doing art. So that's how I was able to afford to start my own LED company. That's you in the morning. Is that you in the morning, like just waking up, or is that you in the morning after you've like smoked a big fatty? And you're like, yeah, time for breakfast. My favorite HPS lamp. You should know this, Bill. If you are a fan of my channel, you should know this answer already. It's hands down the double-ended Ushio bulb, powered by the Galaxy amp, or in this case the Galaxy Ballast, but they call it the Galaxy amp. The Galaxy amp costs about $240 brand new, somewhere around there. It has the turbo overdrive on it. Sun lamps. I like the sun lamps light fixture for the double-ended bulb, and then the Shio double-ended bulb. It has a better spectrum than the Gavita Pro, in my opinion. I measured both. I have like a it's an almost it costs around $2,000 spectrometer. It's the best handheld spectrometer in the world. I also have a in China a factory that has a sphere, a spectrometer sphere, and I tested my lights in the sphere, and then also I test them with my handheld just to see the difference, and they're almost exactly identical. But anyway, yeah, the spectrum on a Shio double-ended bulb is better than a Gavita Pro, and the Gavita Pro bulbs are the more expensive one. They used to be $200. I don't know what they are now, but yeah, if I'm going to grow with HPS, it's going to be with those, hands down. Just reading what people are saying. Seen Oxypot set up. It uses coco and floods from bottom of the bucket. Looks pretty sweet. Yeah, I tried the Autopot system. I didn't like it. Just don't like it. And it worked. Don't get me wrong, it worked. But you definitely have to make sure that either you're using a good soil or at least a half soil, half coco mix, something with a pH buffer in it. Because what happens is, even if your res is pH correctly, the bottom where it feeds into the bottom, that the pH there changes drastically and very quickly. And so now your plant's bottom feeding with the wrong pH. And so yeah, you have to make sure you have some good pH buffers in the stuff you're using. Otherwise, you'll start getting yellowing about week 5 or 6 in the flower. You'll start getting yellowing all over and different deficiencies. That's why I transformed mine into a drip system. Almost as easy to use, really easy to set up, really cheap. It's actually cheaper than the Autopot system. You can build a drip system for about $300 pretty easily. What's my favorite strain to grow, and where can I get seeds from that I can use a debit card? I tried Bitcoins, wasn't successful. So I believe the seed company is called GYO Seed Company. Either GYO or CYO. It's kind of hard to read on their site, but they accept credit cards. I actually just bought like $1,000 worth of seeds. And I bought two different. First I bought autos, and then I bought photos for my 2 next grows I'll be doing when I get back from vacation. And I already received the first batch, and the second batch should be here in about 4 more days or so. So they're pretty fast, and I like them so far. So yeah, they're sponsored by 420 Magazine, so I trust them. When you say air pots, do you mean the kind that have all the little holes on the side? Because I know some people call the fabric pots air pots, and I think the other ones might actually be called smart pots. I can't remember, but I like fabric pots. I also like those ones with all the holes in the side. The only thing I don't like about the pots with the holes in the side is even if you put sand on the top, the gnats get inside those holes. It's irritating. And the solution I found for that is buying some of that black material that they sell like at Home Depot or they sell in any garden store pretty much in the garden section. I think it's called Weed Blocker or something like that. Anyway, it's like a fabric. Don't get the plastic kind that actually feels like you can't breathe through it. It's the fabric kind that actually feels like you can breathe through it. You just line the inside of the pot with that, and it works great. Some of my favorite autos. Oh, and also my favorite strain to grow. I didn't answer that question. I really like growing Laughing Buddha by Bonnie Farms, the photo, not an auto. That plant's awesome. Autos, some of my favorite ones to grow. I love growing Ultimate by Think Different, but I don't like the quality very much. The quality is pretty good. It's not the best. And the smell never comes strong, hardly ever. Matter of fact, a lot of strains by Dutch Passion, that's my main gripe with them, is their autos they're not very smelly. They're hard to get a really strong smell out of. I don't like that about them. Like the ones that do have good smell is Durban Poison by Dutch Passion. Like that always comes out smelling super dank and strong. Their Think Different and their Ultimate so far and their Mazar, they're not very smelly to me. They don't have the super strong smell that I like. I really like the Gorilla Glue by Fast Buds, but I haven't grown enough times to know for sure if it's stable or not. But that Gorilla Glue is amazing. I've only grown 2 of them so far by Fast Buds, but both of them were super hard, just like rock hard nugs, super frosty, really, really stony. I don't know if you guys saw the smoke review of my girlfriend did of the Auto Gorilla Glue by Fast Buds. That was the first time in a long time I've seen her freak out from smoking weed. We had to actually stop the review because she was freaking out that bad. Like after we turned off the camera, she was just straight flipping out for about 10 minutes. She had to calm herself down and chill out. And once she was chilled out, she was back to good. And she smokes dabs all day long. We're talking dabs that test 80% or higher. And she smokes that shit all day long, like a lot of it. She goes through a lot of dabs. And I was, so usually when she smokes flower, she has to smoke a couple bowls just to get rid of her nauseousness. It doesn't really get her high, just kind of gets rid of her nauseousness. But that Gorilla Glue straight fucked her up, got her super stoned. So that's why I bought some more seeds, because I want to see if they're stable or not. Because if they're stable, that's a strain I'll keep around. Anything that will do that to my girlfriend, I will keep it around. And it helped her a lot too. Like once she got over the freak out part, it helped her nauseousness and her back pain a lot. Oh, that's cool, Bill. Medical, just waiting for your medical documents to go through. Sometimes it takes a while. State's sometimes slow as hell. Nirvana makes some good seeds, I think. I grew Nirvana's White Widow. It was nice. Both the photo and their auto. Josh, was that question to me about the auto pots? When you say auto pots, do you mean the ones with the holes, like all the little cones on the side that are plastic? Because I could swear those are called smart pots, but I might be wrong. I like them, but I don't use them very often. I use them once in a while. I usually use them outdoors if I do use them. I like hard pots and I like fabric pots indoors. My next girl will be with all fabric pots. I already got them all ordered. They're already here in a box, ready to go. What sucks is before vacation, actually before the 7th, that's when my house inspection. And it sucks too because house inspection is maybe 10, 20 minutes long. But I have to. I'm almost done tearing my whole grow down, but I have to tear my whole entire grow room down, take everything out, everything grow related out, a few other things as well, put in a U-Haul, drive it down the street, wait for them to come do the inspection, and then drive it back to the house and unpack everything and then reset it back up. Of course, I'm not going to do that till I get back from vacation. I'm just going to throw everything in the garage. Then when I get back, I'll set it all back up again. And I probably don't have to do that. See, the realtor knows I grow. When I first applied for this house, I also applied for an office space for a dispensary. And so they knew I was the same guy that was trying to rent this house, a single dude. Well, they didn't know I had a girlfriend, but single dude, three car garage, 3-bedroom house. Why else would I want the house? It makes no sense, Why would a single guy want a house that big? But And then they also knew I was trying to get this office for a dispensary, and I almost got it. They were all for it, but the owner couldn't do it because he didn't own the building. And if you don't own the building, it means it's backed by a federal bank. And since it's federally backed, they can't legally lease it to you for a dispensary. You have to actually buy the building out. So yeah, but yeah, so they knew I was doing that. And when we had our conversation before I signed the lease, he says, "Hey, I don't care what you do in the house as long as you keep it nice and don't do anything illegal." He said, "I just don't want to hear about it." Now, I took that last part, I don't want to hear about it, because I already knew he knew I'm the same guy that wanted a dispensary. So he knows that I want the garage to grow in. Why else would I want the house? It was clear. Like when we were talking to each other, you just get that certain vibe. It was clear that we're on the same page, that he knew, and I knew that he knew, and we were on the same page. And he's like, "I just don't ever want to hear about it." And so I took that to mean when inspection time comes around, don't have your fucking grow in the garage. So that's what I took it as. I'm sure that's what he meant. And obviously don't, let it be known. In other words, don't make it public. Don't like have your grow out outside so everyone can see it in a big greenhouse. Real quickly, Mr. Collins, my top seed bank companies: Barney Farms, Dutch Passion. I really like a couple strains with Fast Buds. I just hope they're stable, so I can't say for sure yet on that one. What's the other one called? Let me think about it for a second. They sell something called Syrup and Magnum. I think it's Buddha Seeds. Yeah, Buddha Seeds. Let's see here. Dynafem's awesome. Nirvana's awesome. Love Royal Queen Seeds. I haven't grown Dynasty Genetics, but from what I've seen, because I don't like growing non-feminized seeds. I hate waiting for males to have to kill them. But Shiggity Flip grows Dynasty Genetics, and his shit looks bomb. So if I ever have the patience to want to grow non-feminized seeds, I might give that one a shot. All right, so now I'm caught back up on live chat. Sorry, I was in the past there. So if I missed your question, just re-ask it. True, laws are made to be broken. I agree with that. I haven't heard of Ripper Seeds. I'll have to check them out. I'm finally after so many suggestions and finally after seeing so many grows trying Mephisto Genetics. I think I bought about $500 worth of Mephisto Genetics. So yeah, I'm gonna be growing a lot of their strains in this next grow. So for the next little while, it's all about Mephisto Genetics and some Dutch Passion, some new Dutch Passion never tried, like their Brooklyn Sunrise, their Queen something, Night Queen, the Colorado Cookies, all autos. And then regulars, I'm doing more Bonnie Farms, and I'm trying a few other things too, actually, this time around. A couple other seed banks that I haven't tried before. For some, I shouldn't say regulars, I should say photos, because regulars and feminized is, yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing a whole bunch of shit this next grow. It's gonna be an awesome grow. I really think I'm gonna pull 3 pounds over with the Goliath too. I'm pretty positive about that. 36 plants. I think I can do it. So the difference between an auto and a photo period is that a photo period you have to put into 12-12 in order to flower. And an auto will flower under any lighting period you put under. I find they work best under 18.6 their entire life, but some people soar by 20 hours on, 4 hours off. And some people grow them 24 hours on. So I found 18.6 works best for me, so that's what I use. But it just means that they're going to flower genetically and not based on what lighting you give them. Yeah, Afghan Kush Rider. I did a Pakistan Kush Rider, and it was super stony. Not a very big plant, very very small plant, very small yielder, but man, really good weed. I liked it. That's crazy that the Afghan Kush Rider grew 6 feet. Oh, no buds formed. I didn't. Okay, I'm still reading, so no buds formed. That's strange. How old was it? Hotes 20. It sounds like you might have got a bunk seed, like it wasn't actually an auto. That's just in general, Mr. Collins. All those seed companies do great autos and they do great regulars. Yeah, you know what? I was gonna try Vanilla Kush. I was looking at it, but instead I got some other ones that I haven't tried, like their Pineapple Chunk and a few others I can't remember right now. If you mean my grow bag, if you mean the girl on my website, that's my girlfriend. Yeah, TGA is a good seed company. I used to acquire from a dispensary, quote unquote, a lot of TGA marijuana. It's good stuff. I haven't grown anything by them yet, though. Puck date, it really depends on the state and yeah, and I guess where the state's at that time. Before Oregon went, he asked how much it would take to start a dispensary. Before Oregon went all recreational, you can start a dispensary for 10,000 pretty easily and make $1 million within a year, no problem. But now it's a lot harder, a lot more rules, and so yeah, a lot more licenses you need, a lot more expensive. If you just do a medical dispensary, you might be able to get away with 30 grand to start it up. But even with the medical dispensary, right now, you're still going to make $1 million in a year. No problem. You just have to have the right advertising, the right place, have the quality of marijuana that people want, good customer service, everything a good business should have. So you can make the money back real easy. Yeah, Dr. Crippling, they make a what's that one called? Incredible Bulk. I don't like their auto. Their auto Incredible Bulk is shit. In my opinion, I think it was shit. But their photo period, Incredible Bulk, is amazing. It tested at 25% for me. Nice dense buds, pretty good yield, pretty good yielding plant. So yeah, I might actually try that one again in the future. Yeah, I might do that chilling, but I don't mind paying for it. It's not a big deal. But the only thing is TGA seeds only do regulars, and I don't like regulars. I hate waiting for males and females. Just I don't know. I'm impatient. I want to kung fu kick my plants. That's why I like autos. I love growing autos. Autos are my favorite thing to grow because they're perfect for my impatience. I've never grown with the PLC lights, so I can't say, and I haven't seen them publish any actual videos where they take measurements and show the average par for 4x4. So I don't know what their average par is, and even then, I don't know them, so I couldn't trust the video even. But at least if they had a video, I can have something to go by, you know. And I tell the same people with my videos, you know, you have to trust me before you trust my videos because I can fake shit. You know, it's not that hard to, you know, it's really easy to fake magic on camera. Just put it that way. You can make anything happen on camera. Wes Miller. So just finished a 600 watt HPS, 350 grams, 4 times 5 gallon pot. Fox, Warren forwards, happy frog use. Cannon line very low. 4-0. Nice. That's a good yield. Very good yield. Oh, Dr. Greenspan. Yeah. Okay. You got an unstable auto there, Hotes 20. That happened to me with one of Fast Bud's West Coast OGs. It straight grew like Dr. Greenspoon or Grinspoon or however that's said. I know exactly what string you're talking about. It grew just like that. It was stupid. Made really good shatter though. Man, made some really good shatter. But grew like a piece of shit. When you germinate your regular seeds, keep it colder and your female ratio will be higher. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know if it's true or not. Like I said, I'm a skeptic. I'm skeptical about everything until I try it myself. And I just never had the patience to try all that. I probably should try it though, because I really would like to know if you can get a higher female to male ratio. And there's other tricks too that I want to try with it. Yeah, ponytail training is a shit, man. I wish I invented that, but I didn't. I think I learned that from 420 magazine. Somebody, I can't remember who. Maybe A Train is who I saw, and he learned it from somebody else too. But I think I first learned it from A Train. Maybe no, I think it was someone before that. I don't know. All I know is it works. I like it. But bowl training is something I came up with on my own. However, it's not a new concept. I mean, everyone, bowl training in some form or another has been around for a long time, and I just never seen it done before I first did it. I did it when I very first started growing. When it was like maybe my fourth grow, I think when I first did bowl training using bamboo sticks, and it looked like a bowl, so I called it bowl training. And so I thought I invented the shit. I'm like, yeah, I invented that. That's my shit. I invented bowl training. But then I seen that other people were doing it for a long time. So I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't invent it. But in my own head, I came up with the idea without someone teaching it to me. So I guess that's kind of cool. Um, E-gens, I think it depends on the grower. Like, I've seen growers that use different techniques get huge yields, but some of the biggest yields I've ever seen are with Shrog. And if you can do it, if you can get away with doing Shrog, legal wise, and all that kind of stuff, you also have less chance for shit to fuck up. Like, let's say you're just doing two big plants, right? And one of your plants goes south. You just lost half your crop. Half your crop's gone. If you do a Shrog grow, let's say 36 plants in 2-gallon pots, fabric pots, 8 by 11, 8 width, 11 high, you can fit 36 plants in a 4x4 area if you do it that way. If 2 or 3 plants goes bad, that's hardly nothing. You still have most of your grow. So you haven't lost much of your, even if 4 plants goes bad, you haven't lost much of your entire crop. Most of your yield is still there. So I think that's the advantage of growing more plants. You just got to find the happy medium, what works for you. Watering 36 plants is kind of a pain in the ass, sort of. It depends how you have it set up. Candy, I'm not really sure. I think it depends on how the seeds are stored. I personally store my seeds in a Ziploc baggie with either rice or those silica balls that you can buy for like storing. Usually your seeds will come, if you buy from a professional company like Dutch Passion, they'll usually come with those little silica balls. You can also buy the silica balls online, but rice works just as good. And so I'll store them in a plastic bag with either silica balls or rice. Then I'll pull all the air out and then Ziploc it, and then put that in a brown paper sack, and then put that brown paper sack inside the refrigerator where you keep vegetables. That's how I store my seeds. And I've had seeds in there for 2 years, and every single one still grows. So I pop them out, do my paper towel method, get 100% success rate. So far, 2 years. That's as long as I've ever had seeds in my fridge. So I don't know. I've heard of people taking a seed that was 30 years old and managed to get it to pop. So, and they said it grew great. I'm not secondhand information, so I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard that people have gone that long. Yeah, how you doing, Zal? Just wanted to ask when I'm able to get one of your lights. I'm not sure. Right now, I do ship the mini, the 500 and the 1000 to Australia. Those are the only 3 right now. Oh, and the Goliath. Those are the only ones that I have right now stored in a China warehouse, and it's just getting really expensive to keep them, because I live in America, so that's where all my stuff is. That's where I keep everything stored. Then I have to rent out, a warehouse in China and have someone there to work and ship my lights out for me. So it's kind of expensive, and that's why it's so much more expensive on my site to ship to UK. And Australia is basically the same price. So if you see the UK prices on my site, the Australia is the same price. You can actually just use the UK drop down menu and do it that way. But Chinese take a huge vacation, and they're on their vacation right now still. I don't think they got off their vacation until mid-February, I think. Can't remember. But yeah, they like a lot of vacations over there, which is cool, I think. I want a bunch of vacations. Basically, I'm trying to find someone in the UK to do business with. That way, they can be a business partner and handle all the business in that part of the world for me. Yeah, of course, Sean. You can easily yield 1 pound off a plant. If you want to see a guy that does it regularly, even more than a pound, he pulls more than a pound per plant. His name is Hydro Grower, or is that his name? He was on YouTube. Hydro Grow, something like that. I can't remember his nickname right now on YouTube, but he does monster plants. He veges them for a good amount of time. He does. I think now he does recirculating deep water culture, and he puts in these big ass containers. They're gigantic. I think they're like 30, they hold like 30 gallons of water or something crazy if you fill it to the top. And yeah, so he grows just these gigantic plants. They're huge. He just puts one plant under each light, and he just trellises the crap out of it. And yeah, that's his name, Hydro Hybrid. He grows some crazy huge plants. It's nuts. Should you ponytail a shrog? No. No, if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna do shrog, the whole point is to pack as many plants as you can, right? I mean, I guess there's different kinds of shrog. You can consider one plant a shrog if you trellis it right, I guess. But typically, the way I see to do a sea of green, the way I see it is to put a bunch of plants packed tightly together. That's just how I interpret and see that. I think we should call, you know, a bunch of colas in a trellis, it's something else. We shouldn't call it a sea of green, even though it looks like it. But yeah, so if you're doing it that way, you're basically mainly going for that center cola, and you're going to cut off all the bottom branches. So at least that's what when I do sea green, that's what I do. So I keep that main center stalk, and then those main branches at the top of the stalk, and that's it. Everything else gets cut off, unless there's enough room for it, because I want to make sure everything breathes good, because you don't want to get powdery mildew or anything. Ah, that sucks. So see, I'm just reading what Roy Dog said. You had a couple regular seeds that were free, and one was male, and it pollinated all your autos. I don't know what you mean by did genetics drift. If you mean are they autos, no. You're going to get some that are auto. If you take those seeds and plant them, some will be autos and some won't be. And there are going to be all kinds of weird shit happening with those seeds. That sucks that happened. Males are really, really easy to spot, though. If you learn how to spot males, you can spot them like right away, and then just toss them. Yeah, that's the word for it. Thanks, chillin'. Shrog would be with the training, where it kind of looks like sea of green, and sog would be several plants. Both kind of achieve the same thing: a nice even canopy of a bunch of big, fat, thick buds. I haven't tried short stuff personally. I don't know. I found a few good autos, and a few good seed companies I really like, and over the years, I just stuck with them because I don't know. I just don't want to waste my time growing crap, and so I'm very picky about who I try. But like I said, it took like 2 years for people to convince me to try Mephisto genetics, and now I'm finally doing it, and I think it's going to come out good. I'm basically going to grow a lot more plants per area to make sure I still get the same weights that I'm used to, because they're not very big yielders. I'm gonna grow them in just 3-gallon fabric pots. All right, Bill, I'll do that. And I think it's getting close to my bedtime too, if you can't tell. My brain's slowly just going power down mode. I did try grafting one time, but I didn't let it finish. I got too impatient, so I just killed it. I do that with a lot of my experiments. I just want to see if I can do it. I really just want to see if I can get the branch to actually grow onto it and take. And once it did, I was happy, and then I killed the plant. I didn't care. I didn't care to let it finish. All right, grow low key. Thanks. It's 8 a.m. here where I'm at. Best gram per watt I've gotten would have to be right around the 2 gram, 1 point. I think it's 1.8. But for me, I don't think the amount of grams I get per watt is as important as how many grams I get per square foot. For me, that's more important, because you can, let's say you're going in a 4x4 area, and let's say you get a really high gram per watt, but you only pull a pound out of that 4x4. Well, that's not very good. I want to pull at least 2 pounds out of a 4x4 area. So for me, how many grams I get per square foot is more important. I think the most grams I got per square foot was something like, I can't remember, 58, something like that. No, it's just a regular CBD strain. It's the alcohol. When I smoke and drink, I don't know, sometimes it does the opposite effect. It doesn't make me tired. It makes me where I can't sleep. It's weird. I think it's because I'm ADD, so sometimes it does the opposite thing to me. Double piece, man. I've never grown with just water before. I think the plant would die pretty fast though, unless it was in a good soil that already had nutrients in it. But that's kind of deceiving, you know. If you say you're growing without nutrients, but there's nutrients in the soil, then it's cheating. But like, let's take rock wool or coco with no nutrients in it, and you grow it just water. It's gonna get yellow really fast. You're gonna have a yellow plant, and I don't think anything's gonna happen to it. I don't think it's gonna make it all the way to flower. It does. Beer and weed. In this case, it was beer and wine. I'm not beer and wine, weed and wine. But yeah, I think it's a good mixture. Oh, and Clonopin, because I'm always on Clonopin. I take Clonopin every day because I have to. I know you're not supposed to drink with Clonopin, but I do it anyway because I don't care. If I die, I die. It's not a big deal. I think it'd be kind of a peaceful way to die anyway. You just go to sleep and then you stop breathing and then you don't wake up, because the beer acts as a, whatever that word is that starts with an A, and it Klonopin is also doing the same thing. So it basically relaxes your larynx, whatever that little thing is that flaps down. And so it relaxes that to the point where you stop breathing, kind of like people that suffer that one disease. Fuck, my brain's not working at all. Wow. What's that disease called where you stop breathing in the middle of the night for several seconds and then all of a sudden you breathe? Causes heart problems, congestive heart. Yeah, sleep apnea. Thanks. It basically causes sleep apnea, except you don't wake up. You don't ever snore. You don't ever actually take that breath you're supposed to. So it just makes all your muscles relax, and you just stop breathing, and then you die. So that's why it's really dangerous to mix Klonopin with alcohol or with any other downer. But I've been doing it for years, so I'm fine. And it's not like I overdo it. It's not like it's not like I take 30 milligrams of Klonopin and then drink beer with it. I take my normal prescription amount most days. Some days I have to take more because my anxiety gets too bad. It sucks, man. Just to go watch a fucking movie, I have to take Klonopin. I can't even watch a movie without taking Klonopin. If I go into a theater without Klonopin, I'm like sweating out of my hands. It sucks. I get a horrible anxiety attack. But if I take like 2 or 3 Klonopin, I just chill right through the movie. Nothing matters. It's good stuff. Klonopin's crazy. If you take like enough Klonopin, and it's say normally you're scared of death, someone can hold a gun to your head and you won't give a shit. You won't even care. You're just like, okay, like shoot me then. I don't care. Like, it just makes you have no fear at all. Just don't care about anything. But I don't have a fear of death, so I don't. If someone put a gun to my face, I'd probably just laugh. I just don't care. I have zero fear of death. So whatever that fight or flight feeling, that part of my brain's broken. Almost got in a car accident and felt nothing, no emotion whatsoever. I didn't feel a raise in blood pressure, raise in my pulse didn't rise, just nothing. Almost died. And I felt zero. I was like a robot. I was like Spock. I'm just like doing all these equations in my head on how not to crash. And then it was fine. It was crazy. No adrenaline, nothing. Just I was literally like a robot. Almost died, and I was fine. I was like a robot. It was fine. But if I go on a roller coaster, I get adrenaline. So it's not like my adrenal gland's broken. If I go on the drop zone, at least that's what it's called in California. When I went to Idaho, they called it something else, the panic plunge. I went and did that recently. Went up to Idaho to Sandpoint and went on the panic plunge. And man, I had so much anxiety before I went on that ride because I hate waiting in lines. That gives me anxiety. So I took some Klonopin just to go to the park. And I was in that line. I was starting to freak out. I almost didn't get on the ride. But once that ride dropped me and I fell, all that adrenaline I got, my anxiety was gone instantly. I got off that ride and I was so pumped. I'm like, all right, let's go ride everything else. And I just went and rode like a bunch of other roller coasters and stuff and kept that adrenaline going. And that adrenaline kept my anxiety away. I thought that was interesting. So I almost wonder if adrenaline is a cure for anxiety, at least the kind of anxiety I get. We're supposed to be talking about plants, but then it kind of drifted because I started talking about Klonopin. Oh yeah, Wes Miller. I mean, dirt will grow weed. Shoot, you can throw a bunch of seeds in a dirt field or a ditch, and weed will grow. I don't know how good it'll be, but it'll grow. All right, Bill, man, have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, honestly, I just opened this to see if I can figure out how to use the software, and so now I think I know how to use it now. I think so I can actually hook up my webcam next time, and it'll pick instead of picking up my screen that I'm drawing on, it'll pick up my webcam instead. I also figured out, I think I figured out how to get it to on the video games. So if I ever want to like do live streaming on my art channel for Call of Duty. Right now I'm playing Battlefield 1. The stories are kind of dumb, but the gameplay is awesome. The graphics are amazing. How long has this been going for? How long can you do a live video for anyway? I think it's 8 hours is what it said. Let me see. Does it say on my other software how long this is going for? Oh, 2 hours and 22 minutes. That's how long I've been doing this test for. Alonzo Jesus. Actually, sorry. I know that's not how you say it. It should be Alonso Jesus, right? I got a wheat plant first time growing, and I have one plant in veg, and that plant has a lot of deformed places. I would like your email to ask you a few questions. Yeah, just shoot me a contact on GrowPotCheaply.com. Just hit the contact button. I have the older one right now, but I'm going to upgrade to the Pro just because I want a bigger hard drive. That I just don't feel like doing all that shit where you have to save that file to your flash to a flash drive and then install the 2 terabyte hard drive and then re-flash your PS4. I just don't care to do all that work. So I'm just gonna go buy a Pro. That's the only reason. I just want more hard drive space. I'm sick of like having to delete games like Call of Duties, because I have like 3 Call of Duties on there. Black Ops 3, Advanced Warfare, and Infinite Warfare. And each one of them have the map packs that automatically downloads it. So you have to delete the map packs, was like, 60 gigabytes, anywhere from 40 to 60 gigabytes. It's ridiculous. And so I have to keep deleting games in order to put new games on there because the games store a bunch of information on the hard drive in order to play them. But yeah, so that's the main reason I want a bigger hard drive. Do they sell a 2 terabyte version of the PlayStation Pro or just the 1 terabyte? Because I prefer 2 terabytes, but if one is all they sell, then I'll get that one. Wait, Conan game? What do you mean you just bought the Conan game? Talking about like the PS3? That game was like 10 years ago. That's unless they made a new one. As far as I know, the only Conan game I know of was like 10 years ago, something like that. Conan. It was a cool game though. Oh man, so Roy, what works really good to control powdery mildew, and the plants love it. They absolutely love it. Is it says PC Master is get with it. Is milk and water. I use a 5-to-1 ratio, so 5 being the water and 1 being the milk, and spray like every week. Basically, just foil or spray the shit out of your plants with milk water. Smell like milk, but kind of sour, but works great. Plants love it too. Works like a great foliar feed. It also helps protect your plants against like different soft insects like aphids and spider mites and shit. Yeah. I think when I have the time, like tonight, I was just really bored and nothing else to do except for a bunch of work that I'm supposed to do. Basically, I just don't feel like working right now, and if I like playing video games, nothing else. I'm like, I'm gonna go see if I can get this live shit to work. Figure it out. Yeah, high pH water works good too. You can even just use pH up. I used to do pH 8. I used to pH up to about 8.5 and spray it with that. But I don't know. Milk water works. I like milk water. Works really, really good. Controls the shit out of it. Just got to spray every week though. But it'll control it, and it won't ruin flower at all. You can just rinse your plants off when you're done. Unless you want to smoke milk residue. But yeah, just rinse it off and it's fine. Yeah, high temps, low humidity. I do, yeah. This last grow, I was battling powdery mildew. It I'm not sure where it came from. I think it came from this clone I got from the dispensary, because I bought the clone from the dispensary because every time I buy clones from a dispensary, every time either spider mites or powdery mildew, every time, like it never fails. And so I put the clone in quarantine, well, semi-quarantine. I put it in my garage away from all the other plants. And within about 2 to 3 weeks, oh, actually, never mind, within 3 to 4 weeks, sorry, it started showing signs of powdery mildew. Just that one plant, the clone I got from the dispensary. But at that point, it's too late. Once I noticed it, the spores are already in the room, in the garage. So it spread to all my other plants, and so I had to control it the whole grow. And I just used milk and water, and that controlled it. It made it to where I never seen powdery mildew on my leaves. Like there was one time I went like 2 weeks without spraying, and the powdery mildew started showing up on some leaves, and so I just sprayed them down and get them real good, and then I just kept spraying every week. Hey man, thanks for stopping by, chilling. I appreciate it. Double peace, man. Have a good one. Yeah, I've grown both White Widow autos and photos from different seed companies. The ones I can remember off the top of my head is Nirvana and Dynafem. Man, Gyro Seeds has so much good seeds. That's where I just bought a bunch of seeds from. My next grow, I'm going to be doing my auto grows, is going to be a bunch of Mephisto genetics. I'm trying out a bunch of their stuff. I bought a bunch of Mephisto genetics off of Gyro Seeds, and I bought a bunch directly from Mephisto genetics that Gyro Seeds doesn't carry. So I got a lot of cool stuff coming. And then Barney Farms is great. They have tons of awards. They have so many good strains. I love their Laughing Buddha. Love growing it. Comes out so good. It smells good. It has great flavor. Super stony. Tested at 25% for me. Yeah, it's great. It doesn't have a whole lot of phenotypes either. It's only got a few phenotypes that I've seen so far, and they're all very similar. So that's good too. So you can just grow it all from seed, and you're going to get pretty similar results. All right, hey, thanks, Haney. I'll try to check it tomorrow once I wake up. I'll probably be sleeping until late tomorrow because I'm probably not going to be able to go to bed after this for a little bit. Hopefully I can. I think the alcohol's wore off already, so now I should be able to sleep. Yeah, I don't buy clones anymore from shops. Just won't do it. Just start from seed, make your own clones. Ooh, Afgui. That's a nice one. I can't, Roy. No. I'm not sure how you would. Typically, auto seeds are smaller because the plants don't have as long as a life. But you can let autos go as long as you want. You can let the seeds develop until they're super fat and huge. So there's really, I don't know. I've never seen any difference between them. That's an interesting question, actually. I wonder if I looked at a microscope if I can notice anything different between an auto and a photo period. That's something I might have to mess around with. Well, I take them to a local lab here. We got a lot of labs. To just test for THC profile, it costs $50 per batch or per strain, whatever. You got to bring in 3 grams. At least that's what they say. They claim they need 3 grams. I don't think they do. I think they only need 1.5 grams. The other 1.5 grams they smoke. That's what I think they do. I use a lab called Iron Laboratories. At least that's one of them. One of the ones I use. I use different ones sometimes. The best way to keep your 2-week babies getting enough light. Well, at 2 weeks old, you really don't want them getting that much light. So I would keep the light high. Keep them at 4 weeks at 4 feet away at first, and then Then lower it down after a couple days, lower it down to about 3 feet. See how they handle that. Look for the edge of the leaves. Watch the edges of the top leaves. If they start looking like shark teeth, if they start looking really sharp, that's the beginning of too much light intensity, light stress. And then if they start to kind of curl up, the edges of the leaves, if those kind of start to curl up like hooked teeth, then that's the second stage of light stress. If the whole leaf starts, each petal on the leaf starts to taco on you, looking like a taco, or looking like a Venus flytrap about to close up on a fly, that's like the third stage. And then you'll start getting bleaching, which is the last stage, which is the stage you don't want to ever get to, where the leaves start turning very, very light yellow, then finally start turning almost a white color. You can tell regular male seeds. I know, I've seen that too. Just like, people tell you that white widows, or not white widows, excuse me, daddy long legs are the most poisonous spider in the whole world, but their fangs are too small to bite you. But it's bullshit. They can bite you. They can inject their venom in you, but their venom is not very poisonous. So I think it's an urban legend. I haven't been able to ever tell a male seed from a female seed. And a lot of people on 420 have tried it, have followed the instructions and tried it, and they still got male seeds. So, but it does seem that they do get a higher female to male ratio when they use these different techniques. So, to how you look at it when you look at the tip of the seed and the end of the seed, that where like what looks like a crater or a hole. But I've never seen one pick out 100% female seeds before. I haven't tried Cookies Kush, but I think that's one I got on order right now. That's one of the ones I got coming. I ordered a whole bunch of stuff by Barney's I've never tried before. I got Pineapple Chunk coming. I think I have Cookies Kush coming. I can't remember all the ones I bought. I bought like $1,000 worth of seeds. So I got a bunch of cool strains coming up. So it's gonna be fun. Some fun times coming. I get excited. I don't know. Whenever I'm growing new strains, I get excited, and I get kind of nervous. I'm like, oh, what if it doesn't grow very good? What if it's crap? But or what if it's really tiny? But at this point, it doesn't really matter, because this next grows I'm doing more plants per light. That way, I'm not worried about weight so much, because as long as each plant gives me 2-3 ounces, that'd be fine. Because I'm still going to pull good weights off that, because I'll have enough plants under there. So for the actual seed company, look at seed company. So they actually still take credit cards. A lot of the seed companies now, like Gorilla Seeds and Herbie Seeds and things like that, if you want them shipped to America, you have to either send them, like, I think it's a money order, or you have to do a bank transfer now. So it kind of sucks. But some seed companies that I've liked that I've used is Royal Queen Seeds for both autos and regulars. Dynafem, Nirvana seeds are pretty good, but they're on the bottom of this list that I'm mentioning right now. So Royal Queen Seeds, Dynafem, Dutch Passion, Barney Seeds, Buddha Seeds, Cincy Seeds, Delicious Seeds, World of Seeds. I have really good strains. I've never tried Attitude. I'm not sure why. I know I usually find a few companies and I really like them, and I just kind of stick with them. But now I'm starting to kind of branch out some more. I bought a bunch of seeds too from companies I've never grown before, and so hopefully they come out good. Well, Herbie's wouldn't be a seed company. Herbie's is just a distributor. But Herbie's is a great distributor. They used to take credit card orders, and I used to order from Herbie's. I've ordered from Herbie's for years, and until they stopped taking credit card orders. That's when I stopped ordering from them. And I'm not going to go through the whole bank transfer thing just to get seeds. Right on, Bonnie. That's cool. Yeah, autos are awesome, especially if you get the right strains. You want to go for the ones that, look at the pictures and stuff, and look for ones that are super frosty. They're not going to yield that much, but that's okay. Just grow more of them underneath the light. Cisco, what do you mean? What do you mean? What about clones? Do you mean like, do I like growing from clones, or do you mean where to get clones, or I'm not sure what the question is. Yeah, Teresa's Mist is awesome. That's what I use. When I want to make my own seeds, I use Teresa's Mist. And when I make my own seeds, I only seed the plant that I'm spraying. So I only do one plant. So if I want a bunch of, let's say, Laughing Buddha by Bonnie Farms, then I only spray one branch and I let that plant seed itself. I found those to be most stable. Definitely not going to do this every Wednesday. Definitely not going to do this every Wednesday. I'll do every once in a while though. And what I'll try to do is I'll put a video up beforehand saying, hey, I'm going to do a live video on such and such a day. Or I might just do it like I did now and just randomly do it. Just randomly start up because I'm bored and drunk. Yeah, I like growing clones. Clones are awesome to grow from. I don't like taking clones though. It's a lot of work. I guess it depends how you do it, but I mean, taking them isn't hard. It's just getting them to clone. I can get 100% success rate, but I like to keep them in a humidity dome, and you have to like water them just a tiny little bit of water every single day, and it's just annoying. Clones irritate me. I have very little patience, so. And also, I like growing from seed because I like getting different phenotypes. I like seeing the different things that happen with the strain. Getting that one phenotype, that 1 out of 100. I'm like, oh, that's awesome. I wish I would have cloned that. Too bad I didn't. I haven't tried the Spider Plus. I haven't done any test on it. I would like them to do a test on it though, like a video like I did. Just take 17 points of measurement live on camera. Well, not necessarily live on camera, you know what I mean? Where it's not like what's the word I'm thinking? I'm very tired, sorry. Anyway, where they actually show you taking the measurements. There we go. I want to see them actually taking all 17 measurements, writing down each number like I do, and then adding them all up and dividing by 17. You can clone an auto, yeah. The problem is that whenever you clone a plant, that clone is the same age as the mother. So let's say you take a clone from an auto when it's like 20 days old. That clone is also 20 days old. So it's going to flower at the exact same time as its mother. So it's going to be very tiny. So the mother will get to a normal size, and then it's the one you took a clone from is going to be very small. Only one time out of the years and years I've ordered seeds through Herbies and Gorilla Seeds, and now I use GYO. One time it didn't make it to me, and I always pay the insurance because it's only a couple extra bucks. And so one time it got caught by customs in New York, and I got a letter in the mail saying, hey, we have one of your packages, come get it. And of course I didn't go get it because I'm not stupid. And that's it. And that's the last I ever heard of that. But they sent me another batch for free because I had the insurance. They guarantee it. GYO guarantees it too. So if you pay for it, you have to pay the little extra money. But if you pay for the insurance, I think it's $7 to $14. Can't remember the exact price. But if you pay for insurance, they guarantee you to get your product. If you don't get it, if it gets caught in customs, they'll send you out another batch. I can't remember if I made a video on making auto seeds. If I did, it was a long time ago. So it's an old video if I do have it. I don't know if you have if you know how to search a channel's videos, but you just go to their channel homepage. So you click on GrowPotCheaply, and then on the right hand side there's a little search icon. Just click on the search icon and type in seeds and see if I have any videos on making seeds. But basically what I do is I just take one plant and starting about 2 weeks into the plant's growth or so, maybe 3, start spraying just one branch with Teresa's mist and spray it for about 2 weeks, and you'll start seeing male parts on it, those small ones. Those will turn into flowers, and then just keep that plant isolated and let it flower itself and seed itself, and then let the seeds grow to full maturity. You'll know when the seeds are mature because they'll start falling out of the plant. You can just shake it and the seeds will just start falling out. And then there you go. Now you got some nice good seeds. Shipping, what day is it today? Wednesday. So you ordered on a good day. It'll go out tomorrow, either tomorrow at 6, because that's when FedEx picks up. If I don't get it there by 6 tomorrow, then it'll go out the next day. So it'll go out Thursday at 6. I meant today. I haven't slept yet. So either it'll go out today at 6, or it'll go out tomorrow or Thursday at 6. They do ship on Saturdays, so it depends where you live. It'll take anywhere from 2 to 5 days or 5 business days. And they, like I said, they do move the light on Saturday. So, hey, what's up, Daddy? So the only day the light doesn't move is Sunday. That's the day it just stays still. So 2 to 5 business days, not counting Sunday. There you go. That's much easier. I don't know why I didn't just say that the first time. That was kind of dumb. All right, hold on a second. Let's draw some titties. Oh, man. How come this thing ain't working? Okay, hold on a second. I'm trying to figure out why this is not. My pen isn't working. What's going on here? Well, it's a work in progress. I don't know if I want to call it the cob or not yet. Mainly because it uses cob lights chip on board. That's what cob stands for. So it uses 6. Technically, they're like 60 something watts, but you don't want to drive them that hard. You want to drive them less hard than that. But anyway, they're the Cree cob lights, the chip on board lights. So that's why I'm thinking about calling it the Perfect Sun cob, because most people know, if they want an LED light, they know what a cob is, and I've been getting a lot of requests to make a cob light. But cob doesn't have all the color spectrum that I have in my spectrum, so that's why I had to add also the 5-watt bridge lux in there in order to get the full spectrum. In order to get my spectrum, the Perfect Sun spectrum. Nutrients after the 4th week of growth, you can keep using Grow. I use Grow until I see them start to flower, personally. If you want them to flower earlier, then like the 4th and 5th week, you can start doing, basically, if you want them to start flowering earlier, just start feeding with flower bloom nutrients. So the new cob light, I don't know if you saw the video or not. It's really long and kind of boring, but it does show all the live readings of each light. And the Perfect Sun cob, I think, came in at 565 average for 4x4. The Goliath at 582, and a 1,000 watt brand new bulb comes in at 575. So it's just shy of the average part of a 1,000 watt light bulb. However, it has way better spectrum, and so I know it'll get a better yield than a 1,000 watt would. Thank you, Chris. I've seen some strains that are grown outdoors that had super high THC levels. I think it all just depends on whether or not they use a greenhouse and how they grew it and all that. Why am I don't understand why my thing's not working. I'm gonna try something. What is this thing? Oh, it's that. Okay. Let's get that out of the way. Give me a moment here. Just trying to figure something out. Come on, mouse. Where did you go? Sometimes 2 screens is retarded. Let me try going back to this thing real quick. Okay, it says it shows it. Oh, no wonder it's not working. What the hell? Did all that for nothing. I was using the wrong pin. I was using the pin for the wrong tablet. I think that autoflowers for a beginner are more difficult to grow, and they're also easier to grow. So it's kind of like chess. Learning to play chess is pretty easy, but learning to master chess can take a lifetime. So anyone can grow an autoflower. It's really easy, but you might only get an ounce. You might only get an ounce and a half or 2 ounces. To get good at growing autos is difficult. It takes time. If you want to pull 10 ounces off an auto, that's going to take some time. But you will take off a lot of that time if you watch my free course on how to grow on my website, GrowPotCheaply.com. If you watch that entire course and do everything exactly the way I say to do it, you will get good yields. Guarantee it. Several people have done it. First-time growers, they followed my instructions to the T, and they pulled 4 to 6 ounces off their first plants, which is not easy to do for autos. All right, hopefully no one gets offended by this, but really quickly, I just want to draw some titties. I know that people, and if so, I do apologize in advance. I won't make them too graphic. Yes, I won't put too much detail into them. All right, it's mainly just the titty part I wanted to draw. So I'm not going to draw the rest. I'll just kind of suggest the rest. Well, some of the rest. There we go. Boobs. Whoa, I don't know what the hell just happened there. Why did that go so hard? My pin's working differently than what it usually works when I'm recording. That's strange. Why is it doing that? It's like a lot more sensitive for some reason since I'm recording. I'm not sure why that is. Anyway, there you go. All right, I'm back. I have to draw a lot because if I don't, then I'll lose my touch. So got to do little sketches and stuff every now and again. And that's mainly what I teach how to draw when I teach. I teach mainly how to draw the human figure because that's what I enjoy drawing the most. I don't like drawing cars. Cars are boring to draw. I like drawing people though. People are fun. I like drawing trees too for some reason. I like drawing trees are pretty cool. Your bottom two leaves are turning yellow, and I water them every time. I'm using 300 with light bulb. What could be the problem? What? 300 watt light bulb. How much you watering with? What are you feeding them with? How old are they? How tall are they? Like how big are the plants? Well, first let's start with this. How big are the plants? And then we'll go with how old they are. I know, it is crazy, huh, Daddy? I love art. It's crazy how you can just throw a few lines together and at first you're like, what is that? Then all of a sudden you're like, oh shit, that's titties. Like, wait a minute, hey, that's a body. It's starting to look like a body. And that's just like very basic. If I spend another 10 minutes on this, I can make it look, that much better. Yeah, the shading I don't know, my shading is not working right now for some reason. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm on this live thing, but it's making the tool work differently than what it usually works. Like it's a lot more sensitive. I'm not sure why that is. Delmer Lee, I'm still waiting. How old is the plant? And how big is the plant? Is it like a foot tall? Is it 8 inches? Is it 2 feet? Is it 4 inches? Does it have like 5 nodes, 4 nodes, 8 nodes? Thanks, man. Appreciate it. If you ever want to check out some of my artwork, it's masterpaintingnow.com. It's my art site. On the 1st, that's today. You mean the 1st of last month, or like today you started growing them? Yeah, graffiti's fun. I actually like graffiti. It takes it's an interesting. It kind of reminds me of airbrushing, but not as detailed or as complex. But it's cool. Like a lot of the same kind of like cutting is used. Cutting one color with another to get a sharp line. Okay, last month. So they're a month old. Okay, so a month old, they should be getting a good amount of food by now. It really I guess. Wait, it depends. Your light's only 300 watts. The more light a plant has, the more it can eat. The less light a plant has, the less it can eat. So think about it like exercise. Exercising a lot, you need to eat a lot of calories unless you want to lose weight, right? If you want to maintain your weight, then, or if you want to gain weight even, then you have to eat a lot more calories than what you're burning off. So if you're like an Olympic swimmer, you've got to eat like 7,000 calories a day, right? Just to maintain your weight. if you're a bodybuilder, you got to eat about 3,000 to 4,000 calories a day in order to maintain your muscles. The plant, if you're only feeding it 300 watts of electricity, especially if that's an LED, that's not like a really good LED, then they're not getting that much light. So when they're not getting that much light, you don't want to feed them with as much, but they still should be getting something. So if you haven't fed them nothing yet, they should be feeding with something. That's most likely why the bottom leaves are turning yellow. That's when a plant needs nitrogen and other food, it'll start from the bottom of the plant and work its way up. So most likely just start feeding it just a little bit more food and give it about a week or two, and everything should look good. You can always send me an email too and show me the plant. It's better if I see it. Daddy, I used to grow for dispensaries. Now I just don't really have the time for it anymore to grow, to like do it as a job to make, because once my art courses took off, that became my main focus. And once I started making about $100,000 a year off my art courses, I'm like, why should I even grow weed at all anymore? And I was just going to stop growing altogether, but then I was like, I can't. I like growing. I fell in love with growing, and I like growing. So now I just grow what I want when I want. I'm not obligated to grow anymore. So it's even better now, because now I don't feel like, oh, I need to grow this certain strain because I need to make sure that I pull so much weight or whatever the case might be. Now I just do experiments. I grow at different, that's mainly what I do now. I grow for fun, for different experiments, and if it doesn't come out right, then hey, that was a failed experiment, and I don't care if I just wasted 3 months because I don't need that money anymore. And obviously, the weed I do grow, I turned to shatter from my girlfriend, and then she smokes a lot of it, and my brother-in-law smokes a lot of it. So there's certain family members and stuff that I still give weed to that need it. And then obviously I give it to my patients because I have to. Well, I don't have to, but it's kind of an agreement. If they make me their grower, I give them an ounce of weed every month for free. So, which is the highest amount I'm legally, well, actually I can give it, I don't know if there's a time frame. I think I can legally give an ounce every day to somebody for free. That's totally legal. You can't sell it. You can't ask for anything for it. You can't ask them to paint your house and you'll give them weed, but you can give somebody that's 21 years of age or older an ounce of weed in Oregon. Legally. I can just go to your house and legally give you an ounce of weed if you lived in Oregon. And there's not shit any cop can do about it. Which is pretty awesome. I think it's pretty cool. It's on my website. Just go to GrowPotCheaply.com, click on the contact button. If for some reason it doesn't go through and I don't answer you, you can always go to my perfectsunled.com website. I have a phone number at the top there. You can just text me on that number. Yeah, no, right. It rains forever here, man. I hate the rain. I'm not a rain person. I do not like rain. I like snow. I like sun. I do not like rain. I can handle rain for like a month or two, maybe 3, but it rains here almost all year long. We get like 2 months of hot summer. That's it. Two months, if we're lucky, of hot enough days to where I can actually swim in the lake. Usually, and out of those 2 months, maybe there's like, if I'm lucky, 6 weeks where it's warm enough to actually swim. And I love swimming. So I love jet skiing. I love the water. I'm from Cali, so I'm used to warm beaches all the time warm lakes all the time, you know, warm outdoor swimming pools without heaters in them all the time. So I make up for it here by going to the indoor pools that are heated. That's how I get my swim on. But I don't know. I just want to live somewhere where it's warmer. But I don't know. It might be a little while before I move. I'm not sure yet. I've been thinking about Arizona. I like Arizona's weed laws, and their housing is so inexpensive. I can buy a big ass house there, or I don't know if I want to buy a house. That's a lot of responsibility. I like renting because I can rent a house, and if it blows up, I can just move and go rent another house. But if I rent a house and it catches, or if I buy a house and it catches on fire, you know, then I have to deal with the insurance company, and I might not get my money back, and you know, so you know that then you have to find an, you know, I don't know. Renting a house has perks, but it also has, you have to keep up on the house, you have to fix it all the time, and I don't know. Renting houses is cool. You just rent it, and if it catches on fire, or if a hurricane blows it down the street, then you just move. You just move. Buy a house. Fuck you. You just burnt to the ground, or just a hurricane just blew you over. So we'll go rent another one that's better than you. I was looking at some of the laws in Florida, and they suck ass. That's the only thing that makes me not want to move to Florida. Their weed laws are lame. It's super hard to get a medical card. So if you want to, and you can't grow your own medical. You're not legally allowed to grow there unless you have a really expensive license, and you can only grow for dispensaries. And we're talking you need like $200,000 to get started. That's just to grow marijuana. So if you want to go to Florida to grow marijuana, you need to make sure you have a lot of money, and you want to do it for a business, you know, not just for yourself. Now, of course, there's a lot of people in Florida that grow for themselves. You just have to be stealth about it and all that kind of shit. I just don't know if I want to do all that. You know, be all stealth. And I wouldn't be able to do my channel anymore. My channel would be gone. If I moved to Florida, I wouldn't be able to do my channel, not unless I hired some really good computer people that know how to hide everything, that can hide absolutely everything, that there's no meta tags, there's no meta information. You know, it basically has to be like someone that's hiding bin Laden. That's how it had to be. There'd to be nothing. I wouldn't be able to monetize the channel, which is fine. I don't care about that. But the whole entire channel would have to be all fake. And that's really hard to do on YouTube. So I'd have to make an entire fake ID and everything. I wouldn't do it any other way. You'd just be stupid to grow in Florida and have a grow channel showing how to grow without keeping yourself super undercover, where there's no way to find you and who you are. Like, it'd have to be so hidden that even if the federal government were to log on my channel and try to track me down, it would be impossible to do it. And I'd have to have several routers and ping them all over the world, so that my signal, whenever I'm on there uploading or anything like that, or typing anything on there to anybody, that it's routed all over the planet so that they can never find me. I have to make sure that my upload speeds are super fast so that they can't track me down in time while I'm uploading a video. That's how people get caught. That's like the main. Look how many people start YouTube channels that are in states where it's not legal, and within like a year or two, they vanish. Like, hey, what happened to that one guy? He was cool. He uploaded cool videos, and he's gone now. Same thing with 420 magazine. Got a lot of people on 420 magazine that start forums in illegal states, and then a year or two later they vanish. Where'd they go? So yeah, if you're gonna do it in a state that's not legal, tell nobody. Nobody. Not your mom, not your girlfriend, nobody. I guess if it's your wife, you have no choice. You kind of have to tell her. Kind of hard to grow weed in the house, you know, with someone you live in, and them not know. So, but pretty much to tell nobody. Yeah, there's a lot of places that have cheap houses. I've been looking at, like I said, I've been looking at Arizona, Nevada, New Mexico. I'm looking at warm places. But you know, obviously there's other places just went recreational. Was it Michigan and Maine, I think? Those are very cold places, but they're recreational, so you can also grow for yourself there. And but I don't want to live in the super cold. I mean, I prefer the snow over rain any day, but I don't know if I want to live that up north. But the states that I've been looking at that are warm and inexpensive are those states. Colorado actually has better, I think, better temperatures than here. It gets really cold and snows, but doesn't rain nearly as often there. And it's also warm in the summer. Well, at least there's more days where it's warm enough to actually swim in lakes. So I don't know, but I think I'd prefer something like Arizona or Nevada. Nevada might be okay. I mean, it gets super hot in Nevada though, so lots of AC to grow. If you're gonna grow in Nevada, you got to have a lot of really, really good AC. But I like gambling. I gamble a lot. I play craps a lot. I love craps. I like roulette. Pygo's okay. Blackjack sometimes. My main game though is craps. I play the shit out of craps. I'm good at it. And so I go to the casino quite a bit and play craps. So it'd be cool to live right there in Vegas or in Reno or live in Lake Hennessy. Then I'm only like 2 hours away or less from Vegas. And Lake Hennessy doesn't get super, super hot. It's in Arizona. I would live right on the lake. So if I got hot, I just go jump in the lake. So that'd be awesome. So that's one thing I'm thinking about. That's one of the places I'm visiting on vacation. One of the first places I'm driving through is Lake Hennessy in Arizona, just to see like what the people are like, how expensive the houses actually are. But you know, I went to Craigslist and looked; they're very reasonable. But I want to actually talk to people and go look at actual prices, like actual signs, and call up some realtors or call up some people that actually own the houses and talk to them personally, and just to see, you know, like what kind of people they are and everything. Now I got an interesting strategy I use. I mainly played the dark side when I when I go to a craps table. A lot of people leave, especially regulars that know me. They're very superstitious. Like, oh, it's him. I'm leaving because I play the dark side. You know, I play against the house. I play with the house. Sorry. So I play the don't pass line, and that really irritates people. Not everyone. Some people don't care, but a lot of people are very superstitious about that shit. Except when I'm rolling. When I'm rolling, then I bet on myself, but I don't bet on I bet the minimum on the pass line just because I have to in order to roll. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't ever bet the pass line. But then I bet on all the numbers that I know I'm good at rolling. Yeah, I can oftentimes roll 30 rolls without 7ing out. I can't remember what my longest was. I know my longest roll I rolled for, I think it was 45 minutes before I finally 7'd out. It was crazy. I won so many people so much money. Everyone was so happy. They didn't like me like when I was, you know, before it was my turn. You know, when I was betting on the don't pass line, they didn't like me. But once it was my turn to roll, they all loved the shit out of me when I went 45 minutes because they won a lot of money. Yeah, no, you can bet the don't pass line when it's your turn to roll, but I never do because I'm a good roller. So if I bet the don't pass line, I lose my money. But yeah, I also have a certain I have 2 different strategies when I bet the don't pass line. One I call the non-progressive betting strategy. Then I have my progressive betting strategy, and I go between the two. It's very rare. It's very rare I ever actually walk away a loser. Often, I'm definitely ahead on craps. That's for sure. And even on online craps, which is crazy. I play online craps on Bovada.net. And what's crazy is I always thought that online gambling sites cheat, and I'm still convinced that most of them do. But so far, Bovada hasn't cheated me. I'm still ahead on Crap's table there. But I'm weary to like really drop down some big money because I think that they might cheat if I did. But as long as I just bet the dollars and then I just keep slowly racking up the money. I wish I had more time to really sit there and do it, but it takes a while, especially when you're doing only dollars at a time to build it up. And like I said, I already make a lot of money, so I don't need. It's not like I need the money. I just do it for fun. But um, I I'm at 400 and something now, and that's only doing dollar betting. And I started at 150. And then also I bet I do a lot of sports betting, especially UFC and boxing, and that I do okay on. I kind of break even most of the time, but sometimes I do really good. Like with that Holly Holm fight with Ronda and Holly, I bet Holly and won a lot of money. She was it was crazy. She paid so much money for just like if you even if we only bet $5, she paid 45. That's how much people thought she was going to lose, which was crazy. So I'm like, I got to bet Holly because I know that Holly can win. But yeah, I also bet against Tate to win. And I bet against Noons to win. And I can't remember a few other ones. Those ones didn't pay that good though. But yeah, so anyway, with all the money I lose with sports betting, I win right back with craps on there on Bovada. So if I go and let's say I bet $100, $200 on sports real quick, and I lose like 150 of it, I go win that 150 back in a couple of days with craps. I don't like high low. I see guys do that, and I see them do good for a little while. Like I see all these different strategies. Everyone having all these different strategies, and I see them do good for a little while, and they're happy and stuff. But I watch their money. I watch how much they come to the table with, and I watch how much they leave the table with. It's not very often they walk away with more money than they came in with, or more money than they dropped on the table. So that if they walk away with $500, it looks good, but they dropped $2,000 total, so they're way behind, and they don't walk away with a happy face. So I don't know. I have a strategy that works for me, and I don't walk away with the sad face very often. So hey, what's up, Sparks? A lot. Oh, nice from Las Vegas. Awesome. Hey, quick question. Um, I know sometimes it gets like when I was in Las Vegas, it was like 110 degrees outside at nighttime. I think it was like at like 2 in the morning. It was insane. With those kind of temperatures, are the houses built well enough to where it's easy to keep them cool with AC? Oh, I'm betting Valentina. It depends how much she pays. I haven't looked how much she pays yet. If she pays shit, then I won't bet her. I won't bet at all. She's got to pay me decent. I have a feeling that a lot of people think Snooze is going to win, so hopefully she pays, at least 1 to 1. I got at least get 1 to 1. But yeah, if I can at least get 1 to 1, then I'm gonna bet Valentina. I think she has a good chance of winning, and I think a lot of people think she doesn't because she lost against Snooze last time they fought with points. But I have my reasons why I think she'll win. Would you recommend lollipopping autos? I do. If you do it, I think the best time to do it is about 2 weeks into flower. So once they've been flowering for about 2 weeks, then lollipop. But don't do it too heavy. You can freak the plant out. That's one I've never tried. You're talking about where you do 12 and then do 24 and then do, what is it? Yeah, and so you're not on a 24-hour time schedule, right? You just keep doing 12 and 24, or are you talking about the one where you try to keep it by going back to doing, I forget the numbers, something totally weird like 3 and something else, and then back to 12 and 24, or just where you just do literally just 12, 24, 12, 24, 12, 24, 24 off, I imagine. I've never tried it myself. That's one I never tried. So Sparks, if I were, let's say I use like central AC to keep, or even a heat pump to keep the actual house cool, to keep it at, let's say, 70 degrees or so, then it should be pretty easy with a 1500 BTU AC unit in my grow space to keep it cool if the house is already 70. I don't pull air from outside, so I do what's called a closed system. Just I put my either grow tent or homemade grow tent inside the garage or inside the house somewhere, in the bedroom, turn the bedroom to a grow room, and I don't pull any air in. I just have the AC, and that's it. The Veil Blue, what I found is, one, cause the plant no stress. So at first, don't try any sort of training or anything like that, except for very, very light bowl training, which I teach on for free. Just go to GrowPotCheaply.com, free course. It's one of the last videos on that page, and it's called bowl training. Feed with with oh my god, my brain, I'm so tired. Feed with veg food until they actually start flowering. Once they start flowering, switch to boom fluid, give them a PK boost the very first feeding, and then about week 3 or so, or 4 of about week 4 of flowering time, feed a PK boost again for a couple days, and then give them one more PK boost again right around when they have about 3 weeks left, and do that for a couple days. That's how I found to get the biggest autos you can. Yeah, I would run my LEDs. I would run my Perfect Sun Goliaths and Perfect Sun Cobs. I'm not sure if that's what I'm gonna call them or not. The Cobs yet. They're not on the market yet. They'll be on the market in March, but the Goliaths are on the market. And off each Goliath, I can easily pull over 2 pounds. They only use 575 watts. But I think as long as if I can keep the house cool, if I can keep the house at 70 degrees, then I already know I can keep my room cool really easy, my grow room, because it might do a closed system. I was just wondering how hard it is to keep a house there at 70 degrees all year. Imagine a heat pump would be necessary, or would like just standard central AC work? Hold on just 1 second. Be right back. I'm gonna go grab my weed. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I mainly use coco. And then I use coco and perlite and a mix. I like 30% perlite when I do use perlite. I don't always use perlite though. And then I also like rock wool. Rock wool is awesome. And then also using 30% rock wool and 70% coco is pretty awesome. Or using a third of all three. So 1/3 coco, 1/3 rock wool. By rock wool, I mean those little small cubes you can buy in a big bag. They look like little croutons, like you put in salad. And then 1/3 perlite. And this ACDC is pretty smooth. I like this strain a lot. For a high CBD strain, it tastes good and it's really smooth. Even on a pipe, this is a straight regular old pipe. Nice and smooth. You know what I love most about weed is when you take that first big rip and you hold it in, and that instant head change you get in the front of your head that only lasts for like, a few minutes, if that. It's that initial, right in the front of the head. I love that feeling. Then it goes away. Then you're just stoned. That initial feeling is really cool. For me, at least, I get this like feeling in front of my head that lasts for just a few minutes and then it goes away. Maybe not even a few minutes. Maybe only like a minute. Yeah, like right behind the eyes and in the nose, kind of like behind the nose and eyes area. Yeah, it's like right there and just like boom, hit your head good. Only if I smoke high THC strains, Daddy. If I smoke CBD strains, I'm fine. And then I got to make sure I eat sugar pills. Well, not sugar pills. They're called glucose pills. For some people, if you ever feel dizzy and shit and pale when you smoke, eat some glucose pills or drink some orange juice or something. Most likely, it made your sugar level drop. Something I just learned recently, actually. All these years growing weed, and I didn't know that a lot of people smoking weed makes your sugar level drop. And that's why you actually get hungry. That's what gives you the munchies, is your sugar levels dropping. And I've had hypoglycemia my whole life, so I know what that feels like when your sugar level drops. You feel so fucking hungry, you just want to eat everything, and you'll eat and eat, and you'll be so stuffed, and you'll still feel hungry until your sugar level balances. But yeah, so if you ever smoke weed and get like shaky or anything like that, just try drinking some orange juice. I bet you it goes away within like 15-20 minutes. Or better yet, before you smoke the weed. Yeah. I actually talked to a doctor about it. I was actually curious because I heard about it from somebody else, another stoner that also has that same experience that I do. And then I asked my doctor, I said, have you heard of marijuana lowering one's blood sugar? He's like, yeah, it's very common. I was like, really? So what I started doing is either right after I smoke or right before I smoke, I take a half a glucose pill. You can buy them at Safeway, Walmart. It's in the diabetic section. It's basically the kind of sugar that all food turns to when you eat anything, whether you're eating protein or fat or regular sugar. Your body turns it into glucose, and that's what your body uses as energy. So this is already the purest form of energy you can get. Anyway, eat that. I eat that either right before I smoke or right after I smoke. I'm actually eating it right now because I just smoked, and then I'm fine. Also, if you do any sports, eat one of these before your match. Like if you do I do jiu-jitsu and boxing. I used to do Muay Thai, but I stopped and preferred boxing better and jiu-jitsu. But before a wrestling match or jiu-jitsu match or boxing match, or even just before a run or whatever kind of exercise you're doing, eat one of these glucose pills, and man, you'll have so much more energy during that exercise or during whatever you're doing. Like before boxing, I eat one of these, and about every 3 rounds, I eat another one. So it depends how I feel. If I start feeling the energy wearing off after 2 rounds, I'll eat one. But usually it lasts 3 rounds. So how do I tell how many people are here? I'm gonna see if I can see it somewhere. You think it would just like show you right in the main thing, you know? Oh, there it is. 30 viewers, is that right? I don't know if that's the right one. Okay, cool. There should be a way to invite people to this shit. I think there is. I saw something when I was this is my first time ever doing anything, any live stream ever on anything. Oh, actually, that's a lie. I did a live stream on Twitch, but that's to PS4 and it's really easy. You just hit broadcast and it does everything for you. This, I had to go download a certain software and everything. But let me see here. Let me see if I can find out how to invite people. There's got to be a way. Wait, if I just hit share, what's that? Is that going to invite people? I'm going to try. I'm live right now. About to go to bed. I'm going to just go and post this, see if it works. Three down. I know who one of them is too. It's this old guy. He's so bitter against me. He's one of Brandon's. That's the guy that runs Spectrum King. He's one of Spectrum King's little butt boys. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did to piss those guys off, but I did something. Did something to fucking piss them off. They don't like me at all. I just got all stoned, lazy stoner. I just got stoned and I've been up for many, many hours. The alcohol just wore off, and you want me to talk about quantum boards? What the hell? I could barely think. Man, weed hits you hard when you're tired. It really does. I think I've been up over 24 hours now. It's one of those days. My brain just doesn't want to sleep. Don't know why. Happens to me pretty often, actually. I don't think that's what it is. I don't think it's that they're jealous or anything. They don't do this to kind. They don't freak out on Advance or all these other LED companies. It's me. I'm the one that they pick on or try to pick on. I think what happened was, I don't know, somebody told him something and then he said something about me and that set me off. And so I made that one video and that set him off and he made another video. And then I responded to that video, showed that he was a liar. I proved he was a liar with his own videos. I showed with his own videos, the dude's full of shit. And then he got all mad. And ever since then, he hasn't liked me. And he took all those videos down too. If you go look at his YouTube channel, all those videos are gone. They're bye-bye. He took them all down. But I have them on my video because I actually recorded them. Because I knew he was going to take them down, so that's why I recorded the whole, like, I just basically recorded my screen, my computer screen, playing his video, showing what he said. That way, just in case he deleted it, I can be like, here, he actually said it. But anyway, who cares about drama? That's stupid shit, especially when you're stoned. Don't like drama. Drama's not fun. I never liked soap operas for that reason. Soap operas are fucking stupid. Like, they're the stupidest shit ever invented on TV. Soap operas. I don't know how people watch that shit. I really don't. The closest I ever got to a soap opera was Melrose Place. And I only watched it because I liked the girls in it. I only watched it a few times. That's the truth. Okay, maybe more than a few times. I might have watched it like, 20 times. Sparks, I don't know. I really don't know Sparks. I just start channels and then I just be myself. And next thing I know, I got people subscribing and watching. I really don't know I think it really comes down to the person. I think. When I first started my art channel, for example, it's now got like 80,000 views on it, or 80,000 subscribers now. When I first started my art channel, the same thing. I didn't do anything special. I just started making videos, and I just started teaching how to draw. That was it. I just taught how to draw in my own teaching style, and people liked it. So I think that's what it is. I think it just comes down to giving people what they want, whatever, just giving people something they want, and being sincere and genuine about it. And just be yourself, and people will dig it. I think the reason why my channels are popular, that my teaching channels, are because I think it's just the way I teach. I teach differently than most people. Most people just teach how to do something, but they don't teach why to do something. And I think the why is super important. You can teach someone to throw a jab in boxing, but if you don't teach them why to throw the jab, then they're not going to be a good boxer. You'd be like, here's the technique on how to throw a jab properly. It's like, oh, cool, I can throw a jab properly now without breaking my wrist, and it's faster, and it comes straight down the center. It's harder to see coming. I can throw my head off the center line so I don't get hit back in the face. You can teach them all that, but if you don't teach them why to do the jab that way, why the jab is so important, because it blinds the opponent, it sets up every single punch. The jab is the most important punch in boxing. And if you don't teach the why, then they're going to suck at boxing. They might throw the best jab in the world, but if they don't know why they're using it, when to use it, then yeah. So that's how I like to teach. I like to teach the whys. So I don't like to just say, hey, use the paper towel method and put it in a Ziploc bag and throw it in a paper bag, and you're going to get good results every time. Your seeds will pop every single time. 100% success rate. I like to tell them the why. Like, why do I do it that way? And when you understand the why it's done, then you can actually evolve it, change it, make it your own, make it different. You can go, oh, hey, you know what? Once I know the why, what if I, instead of using a paper towel, what if I use Rockwool cube? I put a small Rockwool cube, put the seed in the Rockwool cube, put the Rockwool cube in a Ziploc bag, put that inside of a paper bag. Will the same results happen? Yeah, it does. Same results happen. So it's the why that's important. The why it's happening is because you're giving them a just barely moist environment, and then you're giving them a warm, slightly moist environment, not wet, and that's what makes it work. That's actually what makes the seed pop out and grow. And then the seeds like the dark. So warm, dark, moist, boom, get seeds. So as long as you can create that environment, tools or utensils you use, whether it's a paper towel or Rockwool or whatever piece of cloth, t-shirt, it'll all work as long as it's not too wet. And that's why you wring out the paper towel. You squeeze the paper towel and get all the water out to where it's just moist, just barely moist, it's damp. Put the seed in there, put it in a paper towel so it stays damp and moist, doesn't dry out. Throw that in a paper bag so it stays dark. Put it in a warm place. Guarantee within 3 days you'll have a nice big fat tail on your seed. Unless the seed's like dead, but you know, if the seed's like 30 years old, it wasn't taken care of right, you know, that might not work. I can't guarantee it on a 30-year-old seed, but on a nice seed you buy from a seed bank, it'll work every time. I don't know. I don't do that, lazy stoner. I put all my auto seeds in paper towel method. My biggest auto I've ever grown was 2.9 pounds in a 7. Well, basically liters. What's the liters on that one? They call it a 7-gallon pot, but it's not. It's 7 gallons of medium, so it doesn't actually hold 7 gallons of water. I believe it's 18 liters. Yeah, so it's an 18-liter pot. And then that Northern Lights was what, 14.8 ounces, and that was also an 18-liter pot. I'm telling you though, anyone can do it. Anyone can do it. You just got to be very careful with how you handle the seedling, I should say, the little taproot. As long as you handle it right, put it in the rock wool right, everything will be happy. But yeah, if you do it straight into its final medium, like straight into the soil or straight into the rock wool or straight into the coco, I recommend taking a plastic cup, a clear one. Take a clear plastic cup and set it right on top where you put the seed at, and just kind of twist it into the cocoa or soil a little bit, so it kind of like goes in about 1 inch, and that will keep the humidity in that area where the seed's at longer, and it'll keep it warmer. And then even when it starts growing, after it sprouts out of the medium, keep that cup there for a couple days, and it'll keep the humidity high. Yeah, basically it's like a humidity dome right on top of the soil. I have well water. My well water is at 150 ppm, but then I run it through an RO filter. It's a special RO filter that actually has one of the filters is what is it again? I'm trying to think of the type of rock. I think it's granite, maybe. Anyway, I can't remember the type of rock that's in it, but it basically adds CalMag back into my water. So first the filter reduces it to 0, and then it runs it through its final filter of some kind of rock, and that adds the CalMag back into it to about, I believe it turns my water back into 30 ppm, if I remember correctly. Yeah, zero water, I mean, it seems cheap because the initial kit is cheap, but each zero water filter gives you very, very little water before it's gone, before it stops working. So for $40, you're going to get how many gallons of water? Not very many. If you spend $100 or even $80 on a proper RO filter that you hook up to your hose, you'll get like 50,000 gallons of water. So what's actually cheaper? Well, the RO filter is way cheaper, way cheaper. It'll make way more water for way less money. The initial startup cost is more expensive. You know, you have to have that, $100 or $80, whatever. That's the cheapest RO filters I found to hook up to a hose so far. But you can also just buy a hose adapter for any RO filter, but that's the cheapest I found on Amazon and eBay. And the kind I use, actually, first, it used to only cost $120, the brand I use right now. And then they had success and they upped their prices. Now they're like $300. I'm not really sure why companies do that. It makes no sense to me. The company starts off, they charge $120 for the filter, and then they get successful, and they're like, hey, we're going to up our prices to 300 and something. They probably got bought out, I imagine. I imagine some greedy American company bought them out, and then that's why they're expensive now. But yeah, you can find RO filters for about $80, $100 on Amazon. You just got to search around for the right brand, and you'll get about you should get at least like 30,000 gallons of water, something like that. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to, Monster Green Thumb. They make RO filters that you literally hook up right to your hose. You just screw onto your hose like it's just like you'd screw on a sprinkler. You just screw it onto your hose and turn your hose on. Hey, thanks, Lazy. I appreciate it. The only downside to the RO filter, though, is it does waste a lot of water. It wastes about 3 times. So for every, like, let's say 3 gallons you waste, you get 1 gallon of RO water. That's a good RO filter. A bad RO filter, you might waste 5 gallons and get 1 gallon of water. So if you have to pay for water, then it might be a bad thing, because you're going to be going through a lot of water to make that little bit of RO. But if you're on a well, like me, it doesn't matter. I don't have to pay for water, so I can just run that thing all day long if I wanted to. Personally, when I grow in soil, I don't pH my water at all. I let the soil pH my the soil is going to naturally reach its own pH. It's going to come to its own where it needs to be. So I just straight water it with my well water. My well water is usually about 7.3. But what I do is I watch my runoff every now and again, because typically whatever nutrients you're using in soil are going to be they're going to be acidic, and they're also going to be salty. So salt's going to build up over time, and that's going to make your pH go down. It's because salt is it's acidic. So your soil is naturally going to want to become more acidic over time, and that's why everyone puts a lime in their soil, because the lime neutralizes the acids that are in the nutrients that you're using, and brings it to usually right about 6.5 of your runoff. So when I grow in soil, that's when I actually pay attention to runoff. When I grow in cocoa, I don't care about runoff at all. I just water pH 5.8 every day, and or several times a day, and then I don't have to worry about runoff. But with soil, I pay attention to my runoff. So if first I pay attention when I'm putting in. If I'm putting in 7.0, I want to get out about 6.7 or something like that. So what I try to do is I actually try to put in what I want to get out. So I'll pH my water to 6.5, and I'll pour that through, and then I'll test the runoff. If the runoff is around 6.5, I don't worry about it. If it's really high, if I put in 6.5 and I get out 7, then I know that I'm actually getting too alkaline. So I need to add some sulfur, some organic sulfur. If I put in 6.5 and get out something really low, like 5.7, I know it's way too acidic, and so I'll add more lime back into my soil. Yeah, I know. I'm so glad I don't have to pay for water. I always try to find a house on a well for that reason, because I don't want to have to pay like outrageous prices for water. But honestly, usually tap water is good. The last apartments I lived at, the tap water was like 73 ppm, so it was actually really good. So I never had to do anything to it. I'd even let it sit overnight to get out the chlorine. Didn't even care. I just watered it just like that, and it was fine. Chlorine actually, unless you're running biologicals, then chlorine actually helps keep your root system clean. If you're running biologicals, like beneficial bacterias, then yeah, let your water sit overnight, so that way get all the chlorine will evaporate, because the chlorine will kill the beneficial bacterias over time. I think so. Shell. I'm not a botanist, but just based on experience and watching the plants over the years of growing, I've noticed that when they start to get the pistils on them and they're getting ready to flower, it seems like there's a stalling. They kind of stall for a little bit, and then all of a sudden, boom, they take off. And when they do, they just shoot up, and they grow like, twice to 3 times their size tall. Then all of a sudden, bam, it shoots up to 3 feet tall. But before it does that, there's this stall. I wouldn't say it's 2 weeks, but there's definitely a stall there where you can see it starting to flower and then it just does nothing for me, it's been usually right around 5 days or so. And then all of a sudden, boom, it just explodes and it just grows like crazy. I have no idea. I don't use molasses. I used to use sugars, but I've noticed no difference with the different. I did different back-to-back rows, and I noticed absolutely no difference, none at all. So I stopped using it. Waste of money, in my opinion. Some people swear by it, and that's cool. But I'm more like a scientist when it comes to how I test things out. So I used clones, and I made sure they were from the exact same mother, under the exact same environment. The only difference is some were fed sugar and some weren't. And then I had my brother-in-law, my girlfriend, some other people blind test smoke them. So they didn't know which one is what, and they had to try to guess which ones were fed sugar and which ones weren't. And there was no accuracy at all in their guessing because they couldn't tell the difference. And I couldn't see a difference. So yeah, it doesn't matter whether under LED or under HPS. I haven't noticed a difference with using any kind of sweeteners. I think it's placebo. I think if the people know that a sweetener is used, they're gonna be like, oh, this tastes really sweet. But try to do a blind test. Give them like 5 strains or 5 samples where only one sample was grown with a sweetener and all the other 4 were not. And don't tell them which ones are what. And see if they can guess which one out of the 5 is the one that was grown with a sweetener. If they can do that 10 times in a row, then you know that there's something to it, that the sugar is doing something. The base nutrients I use right now is Psychotech, Grow A and B, and Bloom A and B. That's pretty much all I use is base nutrients. I keep it very simple. The only other thing I use besides base nutrients is I used to use a root stimulator, but I haven't used it. I haven't used it in the last few grows. I might use it again because I think the root stimulator did make a slight difference if you use it for the first like week or so or 2 weeks. But the only other thing I use is a PK booster, and the PK booster that I use is it's called it's by Psychotech as well, and it's called Potash. It has more potassium than phosphorus, which I prefer. Why? Hold on. Why are your lights? Which ones can be used for 4x4? The 2 that will actually cover 4x4 with great and high par to give you 2 pounds or more would be the Perfect Sun Cob, which isn't out yet. That'll be out in March. And I'm not sure if that's the name of it yet, so maybe everyone can help me come up with the name. And then the Goliath is the only one I have right now on the market that will cover 4x4 with higher intensity than a 1,000-watt HPS light bulb, which I proved on video. My buddy pulled easily over 2 pounds. He got almost 2.5 pounds, and that was with his lower yielding strains. He's doing another grow right now. He's about 4 weeks in. I just went over there today and took a video of it. I need to post that video. I forgot about that. I'll try to post that tomorrow. And they're looking good. Some of them are like 3 feet tall. These are his more bigger yielding strains. So he should hopefully pull close to 3 pounds. And then I'm going to personally grow 3 pounds with it. I know I can. I'm just going to do it. I guess if I fall short, I fall short, but I'm pretty sure I can do it. What would I say about growing autoflower northern lights outside in a city? Why not? As long as it's legal and no one can see it. Legally, if you're growing in a legal state, at least as far as I think all states work this way. I know in Oregon is this way. If you grow outside, the only rule is it can't be visible to the public. So it has to be either in a greenhouse or in a fenced area where the public can't see it. I just use RO water to flush. Sometimes I do what I call a flash flush. I'll take it outside and I'll just run my hose water through it for about 10 minutes. Like literally just like flood the crap out of it until what comes out is the same as what I put in. And then I'll put it back in the grow room for about 3 days to let it suck up all that water into the plant, and then chop it down and it comes out super smooth. So if your plant's already like kind of finished or going too long and you don't want to let it, you don't want to flush it for a full week or whatever, and then that's the way to get around it. Works good. Yeah. I've used different kinds of teas and worm castings and things like that. I like just actually buying the microbes themselves in a powder form, and then just putting the microbes in there, and then feeding. That's when I do use. That's the time I use carbohydrates, basically sugars. I use sugars to feed the bacteria. So if I'm doing an organic grow where I want beneficial bacteria in my grow area where the roots are, then I'll feed with sugars of some sort, whether it's molasses or brown sugar. I want to make sure that I also like using aloe vera. I like actually Dr. Earth stuff. When it comes to organic, Dr. Earth stuff's really good. Use a mixture of the liquid and their powder together if you want to get all the bacteria in there, and get all the stuff that they actually need for the bacteria to flourish and thrive and be very strong. Sorry, I'm trying to read everyone's questions, Andrew. If you want to just post it again. I am on Autoflower Forum. I don't go there very often though. I'm mostly on 420magazine.com. That's why I do all my journals and stuff. What I like to do if you just want calcium and you want it imagine you want it in an organic way, because you said OG. So if you want organic calcium, you can crush up eggshells. It's kind of more of a slow release, but if you add it, toward the beginning, then it'll have enough time to break down in the soil and add the extra calcium you want in there. I find that works good, at least for organic calcium. I know Dr. Earth has yucca extract in it. What's a really good all-in-one plant food that I can use for the whole growing cycle? Flora Nova Bloom. Believe it or not, Flora Nova Bloom has everything you need for your entire grow. I've grown like that for years. And I still do it once in a while, but for years I did grow like that and got great results. So with autos though, I highly recommend using Flora Nova Grow until they start to flower, then switch to Bloom, because you'll get bigger yields that way. It allows them to veg a little bit longer. Yeah, so far so good with the shipping. Roadrunner is really good at freight time. So yeah, Roy Dog, I've tried all that, and honestly I think it's placebo. I've done blind tests on it, and no one can ever guess which one was fed any kind of flavoring and which ones weren't with blind studies, blind test. I think for me that's the way to do it. I'm skeptical about everything, so the only way to really be accurate with anything is blind test. If I tell someone, hey, this was fed sugars, this was fed some type of sweetener or flavor, enhancer, smoke it. Can you tell the difference? I've already put it in their head, and so they might taste it just because I told them. But give them 10 samples, let's say, and only one of them was grown with a sweetener, and have them guess which one it was, and see if they can guess it, and then see if they can do that more than, let's say, I don't know, even 2 times. Andrew, I'm reading your question now. I was just curious, what is the difference on your light bill from regular HPS 1000 watt to the 1000 watt light? Well, my Goliath only uses 575, and the PS 1000 only uses 530 on average, so it cuts my bill about in half. But even more than that, because I don't have to use my AC as much, because one, when you grow with LEDs, you want the ambient room temperature around 80, because the lights don't actually heat up your canopy at all, whereas HPS does. So with HPS, you want your room around 77, 78. That way the top of the canopy of your buds are around 80, 81. Because LEDs don't project light like that, or project heat, I should say, that way, the way the HPS does. You want to keep your room around 80 degrees. So because of that, I use my AC less, and so I save even more electricity. So my electric bill has gone down actually tremendously. When I was rocking two Gavitas, my electric bill was like $600, and then I was rocking the same amount of electricity as far as what the lights were using with my LEDs, the 2,200 or something like that, and my electric bill was only 300. And I was like, that's crazy, because I'm using the same electricity as far as the lights go, but way less AC and everything else to keep the room the way I need it to be, I guess. So it's kind of crazy. I haven't noticed it, Shell. Like if sugar did anything at all, I mean anything, I don't care what it was. If it made it taste different, if it made it have slightly more trichome, if it made it bigger, if it made it denser, if it made any difference at all, I would keep using it. But I just, after several back and forth tests, I just gave up because I don't notice any difference. And yeah, I use CO2. I have a 50-gallon CO2 tank. I put it on a timer because I noticed that when I ran it at 1500 ppm, the plants actually didn't do as well. And so I put on a timer. I have it turn on an hour after the lights are on it, and I have it turn off an hour before the lights turn off. So if my lights are on for 12 hours, my CO2 is only on for 10 hours. And then during that 10 hours, I have it turn on for 15 minutes. I'll have it turn off for half an hour, turn on for 15 minutes, turn off for half an hour. So it's on a cycle like that. And then I just adjust my regulation valve. And then I keep checking every day. I keep doing that every day until I have it set to where I need it. I want it to drift between 800 and 1100 ppm. And so I just keep fucking with it every day until I get it to drift between 800 and 1100, because I have a CO2 meter that tells you the last 24 hours. So I just search through the history real fast and see where the ups or downs are at. And then if they're where I want them to be, then that's where I leave the regulator, and that's where I leave the timer. Yeah, cobs are more hot. At least they produce. I can feel more heat coming off of a big cob, like what would people would call them a 50-watt cob, even though they're technically like 60 something, like 68 or whatever. But you don't run them. You don't run them that. You don't put that much voltage to make them run that high, because you want them to last longer. But yeah, definitely, you can actually feel the heat coming off of those, even from like 6 inches away. You can feel the heat. Whereas with the 5-watt bridge lux, you can't feel the heat from 6 inches away. Well, if your gorilla tent is in a bedroom where you already have carpeting, there's no need to have nothing down because it's already away from the cement. But if your tent's on cold ground like cement in a basement or in a garage, then put some sort of insulation down. This last grow I actually used cardboard, and it worked just fine. With cardboard, the only thing I'd be careful about is mold. So, if any moisture or anything gets built up in there. And so you can also just get cheap foam that you can use. You can there's different other cheap solutions, but cardboard's the cheapest solution. But again, it's you might want to remove it every grow and then replace it. Yeah, you can do yeast and sugar. It works. It doesn't produce a whole lot of CO2, but it does produce some, especially if you use a sealed room. If you're not using a sealed room, then CO2 is kind of pointless because you're just pulling it all out of the room anyway. But with the sealed room, actually, the yeast and sugar can actually build up pretty fast. Just make a new batch like every week. I used to basically brew wine in my tent, and that worked pretty good. But it's a lot more expensive. When I factor in the cost of how much the sugar cost and the yeast cost, all that kind of stuff, and basically everything it cost me to brew the wine, and how many I would use a 5-gallon thing of it to make sure I got enough CO2. After I calculated all that in over the same amount of time that a 50-gallon tank of CO2 would last me, it was way more expensive doing all the yeast. Basically, it was way more expensive brewing wine in my tent than it was just to buy a tank. Now, the initial startup cost is more expensive because you have to buy the tank and the regulator. But after that, I basically, my 50-gallon tank lasts me like 4 months. So it only cost me 17. Oh, no, sorry. The 50-gallon, that was my 20-gallon one. It cost 17. The 50-gallon one, I think, cost me $23 to refill. So I'm spending $23 every 4 months. That's all the CO2 cost me. That's pretty much, it's like nothing compared to the sugar and the yeast for 4 months, a lot more expensive. I tried that mushroom bag and I put it directly above my CO2 meter. Now, if you just if you take my CO2 meter and put it by your mouth and just just say one word, hello, how you do, or just hello, and then move it away, it actually registers the CO2 that just came out of your mouth. Believe it or not, we actually breathe out a lot of CO2. I put that mushroom bag right above my CO2 meter for hours and it never changed. It didn't make it even go up, not even at all. It didn't change at all. So I don't know if I just got a bunk bag or what happened, but I want to try it one more time. I'm actually going to take my CO2 meter into the grow shop because they always have those bags hanging up. And I'm going to be, hey, can I plug this in? And I want to just test each one of these bags. I want to see if they're shit or not. And they know me pretty good, so I don't think they'll care as long as there's no customers in there. They don't want me to drive customers away, which is kind of fucked up because if I can prove to them that it doesn't produce CO2, they should stop selling this shit, but they won't. They'll be like, they'll keep on selling it as long as people fucking want it and think it works. But yeah, so I still want to go do that. I want to go test a whole bunch of them just to see if I just, maybe got a bunk bag or something. Well, it actually has a higher average par West Miller than a brand new 1,000 watt HPS. So I put the brand new 1,000 watt HPS and 17 points of measurement, and it was 575 for 4x4. And then I did the Goliath for 4x4, 17 points of measurement, and it was 582. So my average par per 4x4 is a little bit higher than a 1,000 watt HPS. Not only that, but obviously the spectrum is far more efficient. And then obviously, real grows with it. My buddy pulled almost 2.5 pounds with his smaller yielding strains. He's doing another grow right now with his bigger yielding strains. So I have to see what happens with that one. I grew 4 autos under it and got 1.7 pounds, and that was with fuck ups. Like I wasn't even trying. Wasn't even using the biggest yielding strains. And then tried something completely different, which was 100% rock wool on a drip system. And then a couple times the drip system failed on me, and rock wool dries out very quickly. And so a couple times the plants were almost dead when I got in there. I had to hook the dripper back up again. So basically, I almost killed them a couple times, and still pulled 1.7 pounds, which was pretty crazy off of 4 autoflowers. And those were in 13-liter pots. Well, one was an 18-liter pot. The other 3 were 13-liter pots. When it comes to, I try not to use pesticides. I haven't had bugs in a long time, so knock on wood. But when I did get them, if they were in veg, I would use Floramite. If I got spider mites, it was Floramite. I would dip the shit out of my plants in Floramite, and boom, spider mites are dead. They're gone. They don't come back after that. That's like a nuclear bomb. But you have to do it in veg because it takes about 30 days for that shit to get out of the plant. And you don't want that shit in the plant because it makes people sick. Once they're in flower, and if you have any sort of bugs, then I found that any like oils work really good. Oil-based stuff like they sell it at Wilco. I think it's called Organicide, but it's called something else. I don't think that's the name brand. It's something that it says Organicide on it, and it's basically mostly fish oil. It stinks like shit, but you just rinse your buds off after you're done harvesting, and it just comes right off. So, but that stuff works really good at controlling spider mites and other types of bugs. It controls them only. It doesn't kill them. You got to spray like every week. Watch the 50s chase of donut truck on these. That'd be funny. Thanks, Chris. I'm trying. I'm getting pretty tired though, but I'm trying to keep up with you guys here. Yeah, I think I do plan on making a grow book. Just so you know, I'm going to give you guys a secret. Shh, this is between me and you guys. Don't tell anybody this, okay? This is serious, all right? Between me and you guys. I know this is like a public live chat room, but this is a secret. I am Samantha Stone. I've been her before I ever was with this girlfriend. If you go to a website called Critique Circle, I've been Samantha Stone on there for like 8 years. That's my pseudonym. That's what whenever I write a book from a female character's point of view, I always write under Samantha Stone. If I write a book under a male's point of view, then I write it under either Neil Fontaine or some other male name. Then after I met my girlfriend almost 4 years ago now, I was like, hey, do you want to become Samantha Stone, like the actual face of Samantha Stone? And she's like, yeah, that sounds cool. And so that's when she took over the actual physical appearance of Samantha Stone. But no, she can't write worth shit. She couldn't write it. She couldn't write a story to save her life. That's just the truth. But she loves listening to me read, which is cool, because that's a writer's dream right there. A writer that has a girlfriend that loves listening to him read, like, can't ask for better than that. Every writer is a narcissist when it comes to their writing. They want to read their writing to people. They want people to read their writing. It's true, we do. Every writer's that way. Stephen King got lucky because his wife is also a big time reader. So she's the first one to read anything he writes. You better believe he's right there watching her do it too. Actually talks about it in his book on writing. But yeah, we like people to read our shit. So I like it when she's like, "Come on, babe, read to me. I want to know what happens next." I'm like, "Yeah, I wrote a good story." That's how I know if it's good or not. If she's not interested in the next chapter, then I know I went wrong somewhere. She's not like, "Come on, don't stop. I want to know what happens in the next chapter." Then I know I've got to start over. At least I got to start that chapter. I got to take the story in a different direction. Yeah, I got to keep her, man. She's awesome. She smokes weed. She loves video games. She actually kicks my ass at Call of Duty sometimes, which is pretty crazy. That kind of irritates me a little bit. I don't like when she beats me at Call of Duty, but it happens sometimes. No, actually, you know what? It happens more often than sometimes. I'll be honest, it probably happens at least 50% of the time. She fucking kicks my ass. And then, but that's really the only game she can beat me at. When it comes to fighting games, like it's like her thumbs don't work. She can't play fighting games worth shit. Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, just whip her ass at all those games. But yeah, she loves snowboarding, jet skiing, you know? Like, man, it's like, can I ask for better than that? It's hard to find chicks that dig all that kind of shit. The only downside is she smokes a lot of my weed. Nah, I don't mind growing for her at all. It's got to go somewhere. Someone's got to smoke it. Whoa. Sorry about that. I almost knocked my shit over. Super soil versus adding nutrients into water. Depends what you mean by super soil. If you mean like high brick super soil, then that's a hard one because I don't. The first person to really bring me on to the high bricks thing was Shiggity Flip. So I saw his grows when he was just doing, you know, watering his soil with synthetics, and then I saw him do Dr. Brick's kit, and damn, I saw the difference. Not in yields, but I saw the difference in quality. His shit went from frosty to freaking snowman shat on it. And I'm like, okay, there's something to that. There's something to the high brick shit. And that's why I've been working on this hydro organic thing. So I'm trying to recreate that without having to change the way I like to grow. Because if I don't like to do it, then why do it? You know, you gotta enjoy it. It can't be a job. Well, I mean, I guess it can be. You know, if that's your job, that's your job. But I don't need the money. So for me, it's a hobby. It's something I enjoy doing. So I have to make it the way I enjoy it. And so that's why I've been working on the hydro organic thing. Yeah, that's what Dr. Brick's kit does. Dr. Brick's kit, you actually cook the soil for about 2 months, I think it is. You let it, not, you know what I mean by cooking, you don't literally cook it, but you know what I mean. You put all the shit in it and let the bacteria grow and get big and inside the nutrient, you know, inside the soil, so the soil becomes a living soil. And then you grow in it, and then you don't really feed it anything for quite a while, and then you start feeding it once the plants need it. His kit seems really complicated, but I know like once you got it down and started doing it, it'd probably be pretty simple. But at first, when I looked at how to do it, it seemed pretty complicated, and I like it simple. But man, the psychotech nutrients, I'm really impressed with the frost it's putting on my weed, especially autos. You know, I've been growing a lot of those autos for a long time, a lot of those strains, and Florinova is good, but I never see them as frosty as I have under the Psychotech nutrients. It's crazy. And I think the reason why is even though Psychotech nutrients is a synthetic nutrient, it's mostly amino acids. And what's not amino acids is very chelated. So I think that's how you say that word. But anyway, yeah, so I think that's why. And I don't have to use nearly as much of it because it's so available to the plant. Samantha Stone is my pseudonym that I write under whenever I write a character that has a female name. It's also my girlfriend's pseudonym. So it's basically both our pseudonyms now. She has adapted the face of Samantha Stone. It's spelled like this. Psychotech. Oh, I forgot to put the tech part, sorry. I think it's 2 words too, Psychotech. Hard to find in grow shops though, but you can order online if not. And it's actually cheaper than Florinova or anything else by Journal Hydroponics. At first, it seems more expensive because you're paying $30 a bottle, or for at least for the big bottles. But they actually hold 2.5 gallons, not, or excuse me, you get, I think out of the two together it equals 2.5 if I remember. I have to go look at the exact thing. But anyway, each one is more than a gallon, and I think it comes to 2.5 gallons per two because you need 2 A and B, part A and part B, to work together for grow and bloom. And so anyway, I also use a lot less of it, like a lot less of it. I only need like 0.8 to 1.1 EC is what I've been using. Once in a while, I'll jump up to 1.4 for a little while, then back down to 1.1. With Florinova or anything else, any other nutrient I've used, I have to go all the way up to 1.8 and pretty much keep it at 1.8 once the plants mature. So it's crazy. I haven't tried pH Perfect Tech, but I can tell you that Psychotech is pH perfect when you use RO water. I put it in my RO water and I put it at the 1.1 EC and it stays 5.8. Just stays there for like weeks and weeks, doesn't move in my res. That's why I like it, because I don't have to pH up or pH down it. It just stays right where I want it at. And if I ever do need to pH up or pH down it, then it'll stay like that again for another 2 weeks. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome shit. Like I love it. I never did the iGrow can. Haven't done that. Do you keep the temp? This is John Titter. Do you keep the temp at 80 degrees when lights are off, or let it drop a bit? I'll let it drop a bit. You know, if it doesn't drop, that's fine. But if it naturally drops a bit, I basically set my heater to not let it go below about 75. But I'm not like super anal about it. So, you know, sometimes it might drop. If it's really, really cold and my heater is just like working overdrive and it drops down to 70, I don't really worry about it if it's for a few days. But if it continues for more than a few days, I'll turn my heater up for those few days and then I'll turn it back down again once it warms up. Yeah, with Psychotech, try less is more. Really, honestly, that stuff is super strong, but it's also super weak. It's weird. Like it's super efficient, but it comes out of the plant really easy. So your plants don't taste harsh at all. Yeah, I use Psychotech and cocoa. I use it in pure cocoa. I've used it in pure rock wool, and now I'm going to use it in cocoa perlite mix, and then I'm also going to use it in cocoa rock wool mix. Oh, that was just my devil and me. Sometimes we talk at the same time. Yeah, that's why I like using RO water, because when I use RO water, I know exactly what's going into my plant. And if you have a really well balanced nutrient, and let's say your water's ppm is like, I don't know, 300, and let's say 100 of that is calcium, then you just threw your entire balance off. Yeah, that's correct, Sparks. Yeah, it only evaporates the chlorine. In fact, actually, if you let your water sit and evaporate too long, it's going to get more salty. The ppms are going to go up because the water is going to evaporate, but the salts aren't. I keep hearing this thing about the crazy Dago show. I gotta. Is it on YouTube? I gotta check it out. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch the show first. I gotta know what I'm getting myself into. My first grow was. Let me see if I can remember back that far here. I mean, I know what it was. Just try to remember the strains. I know where it was. I can see it in my head. Okay, so it was White Widow and Coco. All photo period. My first grow was all photo periods. One White Widow and Coco, I think by Nirvana Seeds. One Northern Lights in soil. It was half Fox Farm, Ocean Forest, and half Fox Farm Warrior, I think it's called. I watered with, what did I feed with? I feed with General Hydroponics, the 3-part series. And I also did another White Widow in soil. And I did another strain, I just can't remember, in the closet as a separate test in cocoa. And that's when I realized that cocoa's better. Because in my first grow, the cocoa plants, I couldn't fuck them up. I couldn't overwater them. I couldn't really underwater them. I mean, you can underwater cocoa, don't get me wrong, but you know, I kept it. Most of the time, beginner growers tend to overwater everything. So I was unable to overwater the cocoa. So the cocoa plant stayed awesome and brilliant and green and very beautiful and produced really good, nice nuggets. The Northern Lights, because it was in soil, I overwatered several times. Didn't let it dry out enough. I guess I forgot to read that part in the book, or I read it and didn't really pay attention to it. Jorge Cervantes' book on growing marijuana, and I guess I just didn't pay attention to or I just didn't realize he didn't make it important. He didn't make it important enough in the book. That's the problem. You know, when I teach people to grow in soil, I make sure they know how important it is to let the fucker dry out. Let it dry out until it's super light while it's young. Once it gets older, it's going to dry out really fast because it's going to drink all the water up. Either way, you're letting it dry out. But you might water every single day once it's an adult and flowering because it's drinking all the water so fast, especially if it's in a smaller container that it needs to be in. But anyway, yeah. So he just didn't make it clear enough how important and how dry it should be. But nonetheless, I still pulled 4 ounces off of that Northern Lights, and it was under a 400 watt HPS. And it was in a 4x4 tent. It took up about well, it took up the width of it. So it took up the 4 feet, and then it took up, I think, 3 feet. And then the other two, no, that was less than 3 feet. Actually, it was like 2.5 feet. And the other 2 plants took up the other end. Oh, that's right. It was a LSD and a white widow in the tent. That's right. So inside the tent, I had the big Northern Lights and soil. Then I had the LSD and soil, and I had the white widow and coco. I think that's how it was. No, never mind. I had the LSD and coco and the white widow and coco, the Northern Lights and soil. Those 3 were in the tent. The Northern Lights was huge and took up most of the tent. The other ones were small. One was under a homemade CFL light fixture. The other one was under a old school, real old school, so-called 3-watt LED. And the other one was under a 400-watt HPS. Well, they're all the lights are in the same tent, so they were all kind of getting a little bit of each of the light. The 400-watt HPS was some, I think it was, can't remember the brand now. It was some generic brand back then, and before I knew what Apollo was. And then the other plant was in the closet, and it was in coco, and I think it was also white widow. Yeah, so the white widows pulled about 2 ounces. The LSD only pulled like 1.5 ounces, and the Northern Lights pulled 4 ounces. So it wasn't too bad for my first grow. I don't ever collect rainwater, no. I have well water, so it's free. Why would I want to waste my time collecting rainwater? Now, if I had to pay for water in the city, I might actually collect rainwater. Just because I'm cheap like that. Yeah, yeah, John, I use Psychotech Grow and Bloom, the A and B Grow and the A and B Bloom. And the only other product I use by them is their, it's a type of PK booster that has more potassium than phosphorus. And that works really good at densing up those buds. Gets it nice and dense and big. Oh, once in a while, I do use their silica as a pH up. If I ever need to pH up for whatever reason, I use silica, which is basically what pH up is anyway, but the actual silica is better because it's better for the plant. Salt settle. Imagine that the question is how to keep the salt from settling in the reservoir. Not sure that. That's kind of a hard question to figure out. Salt settle. I'm just going to assume that it has to do with how do you make the salt not settle. If it's just in a tote or something, then I just stir it up with a stick before I water by hand. If it's in a reservoir that uses a pump, then I have a second pump in there that's on 24/7 that pumps the water around, so it keeps it from settling. And I don't use air stones at all because it fucks with the pH. That's a big name. People will just call it short OGG or OG. Let's go get some OG. I want to smoke that shit. Or maybe some people for short will just say agap. I want to go smoke some of that agap. I've done some breeding, and it was kind of fun, and then I got bored of it. But I don't know. I'm weird. I go through spurts, so I might get really interested in it again. I used to love deep water culture, and then I don't know. One day, I just got so mad at it, I about killed my plant. About kicked it out the window. I was so fed up with it, having to change the res all the time, and then when I expanded it to more than one bucket, then it just got that much more work. So then I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to not change my buckets. I'm not going to listen to people no more. because they're always like, change all the water out. This is like back when I was first starting, and everyone's like, got to change your buckets out when, I was like, so anyway, I said to hell with all that shit, and I just left it in there and just kept putting peroxide in it to keep it clean. And then I never changed it until I was done with the grow, and it was fine. As long as you keep it clean, everything's fine. I usually buy plants at the store for my tomatoes. I buy them when they're nice and small though, because they make them grow weird. I don't like how they grow them. They make them grow all like tall and skinny. So I buy them when they're just like maybe 8 inches tall, in those little 4x4 pots, little plastic things. Then I take it home and then I either put it in the ground with my like a super soil mix that I make over the how I make my soil mix for outdoors is I basically take all my leftover cocoa and I just pour it out there. So for all my indoor grows, I take all my cocoa and I dump it out in my garden bed, and that's what I grow in when I grow my tomatoes and shit. Man, it grows some huge ass plants. But yeah, so then I put it in a good smart pot, the kind with all the holes on the side, the plastic ones with all the cone holes. I'll either throw it in something like that. That's what I did this last year, or I'll just throw it in the garden bed, or I'll put it in some big fabric pot. I started using, actually, because the peroxide was more expensive, I actually started using bleach in my deep horticulture grows. I learned that from a commercial grower. Commercial growers using bleach, and I'm like, what? You put bleach in your water? Like, I thought that was insane. They're like, yeah, just a little bit of bleach. It's a lot cheaper than peroxide. And I'm like, it doesn't kill the plants? So like, do they look dead? I'm like, no. And so I started using bleach, just a little bit of bleach, and it keeps it super clean, keeps the roots nice and white, keeps the root rot from building up. And it's a lot cheaper than using peroxide. Of course, it kills all beneficials, but so does peroxide for the most part. So if you want to do a organic deep horticulture, you can't use peroxide or bleach. But then you rely on the beneficial bacteria to keep your water clean, or keep your root system clean. They eat everything. So man, I think I'm gonna take one more big rip here of my weed, and then go to bed, because I haven't slept yet. And it's what, 10:25 a.m. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've been up 24 hours now. I think I woke up around that time today. I hate that when I can't sleep. Don't know why it is. It's just random. Lots of days I can sleep normal, go to bed normal time, wake up a normal time. Other days, can't sleep for the life of me. Can take sleep aid, I can smoke weed, everything, and still can't sleep. Some days my brain, I guess, doesn't want to shut off. Then to try to stay on a normal schedule, I'll get just like a few hours sleep, so I'll be tired that day. Would you recommend water circulator? Yeah, I just use a pond pump. I think the pond pump I use to circulate my water with is 165 gallons per hour pump, I think. It's not that big. It's a pretty small one. Actually, it might be smaller than that. It might only be like maybe 120 gallons per hour pump or something like that. You just want it to where, it moves the water around in your reservoir. Have you used Dr. Earth Premium Gold fertilizers? I've used Dr. Earth, their powdered nutrients, if that's what you mean. I haven't used any of their soil, but I have used their powdered nutrients. It works really good. And also their liquid nutrients. What's weird is their powdered their powdered nutrients mentions that it has biologicals in it, but their liquid nutrients doesn't mention it has biologicals, but it mentions it has the probiotics for biologicals. So it's almost like they're meant to be used together. But yes, I don't know. It's kind of strange. I don't know why they wouldn't just put in both of them. Yeah, soil can be a little tricky because you usually already have nutrients in the soil. Yeah, then you got to let the plant grow. I mean, the safest way to go about it is let the plant grow until it starts turning a lighter green, and then start feeding it with nutrients. So either top dress with the powder nutrient, or feed it with a little bit of the liquid nutrient. And it's really strong. The Dr. Earth liquid nutrient comes out pretty strong. Even though it's organic, it comes out like at 2200 ppm, which isn't too strong, but water it with that, and then water with water for a few days, or for the next few waterings, and then water with that again, and then water with water for the next few waterings. Make sure to let it dry out, although make sure it gets nice and light before you water again. Also, the Dr. Earth is decently acidic. The powdered kind isn't too acidic, but the no, it's decently acidic. It still builds up acid over time, but the liquid kind is more acidic. And so make sure to add a little bit of lime if it's not already in the soil you're using. I probably ran out of my time. And see, hold on a second. Let me try to close something and see if this works. Let's try to close this out. We'll just go to that screen for right now. We go back here. Okay, that part's still working. Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, cool. Oh, you do hear me? Oh, okay. The main reason I stopped using trellis netting is laziness. That's the truth. Too much work. Just got sick of doing it. And also, honestly, I like bull training. I get big results with bull training. So, but this next grow, I'm actually going to be doing a type of sod grow, sea of green. Hey, no problem, John. Glad I can help. I think my pipe's almost out. Yep, that was the last hit. That's a good way. That's a good way to end the session right there. Cashing out your pipe. All right. Oh, audio's back. Awesome. So yeah, I figure that's a good way to end it right there. It's just my pipe just went empty. Can't get another hit out of it. It's all done. Oh, hold on. I'll answer this last question here. I'm having a nightmare with humidity. I have 1.2 by 1.2 by 210. Now, I learned earlier that that's around 4 feet by 4 feet, if I remember correctly. 5-inch Rhino fan running through cool hood. Have 4 girls and full coco. How many plants? The more plants you have in a grow area, the harder it is to control humidity. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Daddy. I think my brain done fried. Because not only did I drink today, that I think that's all in my system now though. I don't feel any alcohol anymore. But been smoking weed and then being up for like 24 hours, all that together. Like after you drink and then the alcohol wears off, it just makes you extra tired. So I think I'm actually gonna be able to go to bed. That's pretty cool. But yeah, Mark, to answer your question, get a dehumidifier. Oh, okay. And it's not doing the trick, huh? Don't don't pull air in or out of your tent. Do a close. Well, then you have to get CO2. Is the tent inside your house by any chance, Mark? If it's inside your house, then you got plenty of CO2. Trust me. People produce so much CO2. It actually scared me when I put my CO2 meter in my house. It maxed it out over 3,000. It maxes out at 3,000, so I don't know how high it is. All I know is it's higher than 3,000. That's scary. So I try to open up windows and shit now, even in the wintertime. I try to get airflow in here all the time because that's crazy high. We shouldn't be breathing fucking over 3,000 ppm of CO2. It's nuts. But basically, your house is full of free CO2. Everyone's house, unless you got a lot of airflow going through your house is full of CO2. Now it's just me and my girlfriend, right? So think about this. Food for thought. The only people that live in this house is me and my girlfriend. And she breathes a lot less than I breathe, I think. She's a lot smaller than I am. Actually, I don't know if that really equates to how much air you breathe. But either way, I think I produce more CO2 than she does. But so it's just the two of us in this huge house, 3-bedroom house. It's pretty big. I don't know the exact square footage, but it's a pretty fucking big house. And there's just two of us in here. And we bring the CO2 above 3,000 ppm. That's insane. So take advantage of the free CO2. Stop trying to pull air in and out of your tent. Basically, no more pulling air in the tent, out of the tent. Just use the dehumidifier and see if that don't bring your humidity down. So basically, close your tent off. Don't pull air out. Don't pull air. Actually, sorry, pull a little bit of air in because you want to refresh the CO2. I don't know. I'm tired. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about right now. I mean, I do and I don't. So let me just correct myself. Don't pull air out of the tent is what I meant to say. Only pull a little bit of air into the tent. Very little. Have the fan on a timer. Have it turn on every hour for like 15 minutes. One of those 15-minute analog timers. And then set your dehumidifier on. Tell me if that don't bring your humidity down. It should. That should do the trick. And then you're getting tons of free CO2. Actually, you can pull air in and out of your tent anyways, as long as you don't pull the air out of your house, because then you're just pulling the same enriched CO2 air in and around the room through your tent. So if your bedroom already has a lower humidity, then do that. But if your bedroom the tent's in doesn't have a lower humidity, then do the other thing, where you just bring a little bit of air in on a timer and then have your humidifier on. Hey, man, take care, Daddy. Thanks for coming by, man. Appreciate it. Next time I'll try to make a video ahead of time announcing the day I'm going to do a live session. That way everyone can know I'm going to be there rather than just being random. Yeah, and I might actually do a couple of these while I'm on vacation, because I'm going to be on vacation for like a month. So I'll still be making videos and stuff, teaching how to grow weed and, the most important things and aspects of growing weed. So I'm still going to make, teaching videos for weed growing, and then I might do a couple of live sessions, like when I'm at a hotel or something. Because hotels got good Wi-Fi. I know, I want my new cob light too. I've only got one of them, and it's the prototype. The spectrum's not quite where I want it to be. It's just barely off. I only got to make a minor adjustment. So the ones I'm working on right now are what I want it to be. Right where I want it to be at. But yeah, I want them now because they're badass lights. I mean, they are almost as good as the Goliath. I mean, yeah, sure, they use like 80 watts more electricity, but they're way lighter and way smaller and easier to use. So there's pros and cons to both light, and they're way less expensive. That's awesome. And that's only because of the shipping. That's it. That's the only reason why. That Goliath is so freaking big and heavy. In the box, it weighs like 82 pounds. 3 feet by 3 feet box. It's fucking huge. The light is 2.5 feet by 2.5 feet. But yeah, so it's just a monster box. So it cost me $150 to ship those fuckers. Yeah, that's the only reason why they're so expensive, is because the shipping. And that's another reason why I designed the new cob light. Oh, before I go, if you guys want to think of some names, just email me on the site. If you guys think of, because I think Perfect Sun Cob is kind of a corny name. It's just what I'm calling it for right now. Kind of like Xbox is calling their new system the Scorpio or Scorpion, whatever. But it's not going to be the real name of it. I need to think of a cool name, and sometimes I'm not very good at coming up with cool names. So if you guys come up with a cool name for the new Perfect Sun Cob, let me know. And that's probably what I'll call it. I actually came up with a name for the Goliath, though. That one was me. The Dwarf Star, Shiggity Flip, thought up that name. I came up with the name for the Mini. I just thought it sounded cool, so I call it the Mini. And then the PS1000, the PS500, I thought up those names too. See, the names I think up aren't that cool. Except for the Goliath, I kind of like that one. And the Mini is kind of cool. But the other ones are pretty generic. You know, PS1, Perfect Sun 1000, Perfect Sun 500, kind of generic names, but whatever. But yeah, if you guys can help me think of a cool name for the Perfect Sun Cob, that'd be awesome. One other quick question: do you guys see my screen? Is it 2 leaves, like 2 green leaves? Do you guys see the 2 green leaves? Do they look 3D, or am I stoned? Because I'm looking at my screen and they look 3D, like they look like they're popping out of my screen at me right now. Like they look like literally like a holographic 3D. Like those one stickers. That's what it looks like right now. That was fucking something. Haven't slept. The hell, looks like it's coming out on my screen. That's so insane. I'm also looking at the screen at an angle. Maybe that's why. That's crazy though. They just straight look like they're popping out. All right, cool. So yeah, if you guys think of a cool name, let me know. Eric won't be able to ship them because I ship everything, and Eric's the only guy I let sell my lights. But I do all the shipping, so unfortunately, no, he won't be able to ship unless he has. I can talk to him. Actually, I can talk to him about it because he's not that far from me. So I can talk to him and see if maybe he wants to hold on to a bunch of lights and do that. But I'm pretty sure he's pretty busy. I think he's probably too busy to do it, I imagine. I did talk to my sister, though, my sister and my brother-in-law, and I would still be handling all the FedEx part as far as the print, the PayPal FedEx stuff, putting the addresses into my FedEx account so that it's all proper. That part's a little more complicated. I don't want any mistakes made. But they can do all the shipping for me, so I might train them on how to do the shipping for me. and how to print it out and go to FedEx and all that kind of stuff. It's not too hard. That part's pretty easy. So yeah. So it might still be possible to order lights when I'm on vacation. If they, I'm gonna try to train them, and if I can get around to doing that and everything works good, because I'm gonna have them do it for a little bit before I leave. And if they're doing a good job, and everything's going right before I leave, then I'll go, okay, cool, you guys can do this while I'm gone. But that means I'm still working while I'm gone, though. It's kind of sucks because I still have to, log in every day and plug in the information to FedEx. But that's all right. That's not too big of a deal. But yeah, so hopefully, something like that will work out so that the lights can still be ordered. Okay, cool. Another thing I thought about doing is just taking a bunch of lights with me, but that's, I don't know. Then that's even less of a vacation. So yeah, I think if anything, I'll just have my sister and brother-in-law ship them out for me. All right, guys. Hey, thank you for stopping by, and females, if there be any here. I'm sorry for drawing the titties earlier. If you were offended by that, I just wanted to draw titties for some reason, so I drew titties. I don't really think about things I do before I do them. If I want to do something, I just do it, and so I just wanted to draw titties, so I just did it. I didn't really think about whether it would offend anybody or anything. I just, yeah. But yeah, so if you guys think of a name for that light, let me know. And thanks for stopping by. I hope I helped some people out by answering questions and stuff. And yeah, it was kind of fun. I liked it. It was pretty cool. Cool. Love them titties. That's good. That makes me want to draw more titties now. Actually, I'm gonna go lay in the bed. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go lay in the bed. I'm gonna watch what's that show I've been watching? The New Girl. I don't know if you guys seen that TV show. It's pretty good. The New Girl. It's takes some twists and turns, and it's kind of a girl show, but I don't care. I like it. All right. All right, guys, double peace. I gotta figure out how to shut all this down now. It can't be that hard. Just click on some shit. Just click on that. See if that does anything. Then I gotta click on this one. Yeah, this final one I gotta click on. Oh, there it is. I see it. Bam.